Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. On a small farm on the outskirts of a bucolic village, there lived a gray-haired, kind-eyed donkey called Frederrico. For years, he had faithfully served his owner, carrying sacks of grain and bales of hay in the scorching sun and pouring rain. His hooves knew every stone and every track of those lands like the back of his paw. However, with the passage of time, his legs no longer had the same vigor as before, and his step, once firm and constant, became slower and more hesitant. One particularly cold morning, Frederrico noticed the worried looks on his owner's face and the whispers of other farmers. "He's too old," they said. "He's not fit for work anymore." Those words penetrated deep into his heart. But instead of giving in to despair, an unusual idea sprang into his mind. He had heard stories about Bremen, a city where music echoed through the streets and art was valued above all else. Why not? He thought, I've always liked to hum in the moonlight. Maybe I could become a musician. With this resolution in his chest, before his owner could make any decisions about his fate, Frederick set off along the dusty road towards Bremen. The road was long, but his determination was greater than any obstacle. He hadn't walked far when his ears picked up a peculiar sound, a tired, melancholy bark coming from behind a bush. There he found Bruno, a black and white shepherd dog, lying in the shade of a tree. His eyes, although tired, still held a spark of liveliness. "Why so sad, friend?" asked Frederrico, approaching cautiously. "Ah, my dear," Bruno replied with a deep sigh. "After years of guarding my master's flock, my legs are no longer as agile, and my bark no longer scares the wolves, as it used to. I overheard my owner saying that I can no longer protect the sheep properly." The story sounded familiar to Frederick, who immediately shared his plans to become a musician in Bremen. "Come with me," the donkey proposed enthusiastically. "Your bark is still strong and melodious. We could form a duo. You bark, I'll bray, and together we'll make music." Bruno's eyes lit up with renewed hope, and without a second thought, he joined Frederrico on the journey. Not far from there, they found Mingau, an orange cat with white spots, sitting gloomily by the side of the road. His whiskers were down, and his lost gaze wandered over the horizon. "What's your problem, little feline?" asked Bruno, genuinely concerned. "My owner doesn't want me anymore," replied Mingau in an embarrassed voice. "They say I'm too old to hunt mice, that I'm only good for sleeping by the stove, but I can still meow like nobody's business." His green eyes sparkled at the mention of his musical ability. Frederrico and Bruno exchanged complicit glances. "Perfect," exclaimed the donkey. "You can join us. We're going to Bremen to become musicians. With your meow, my braying, and Bruno's barking, we'll have a spectacular trio." The trio had barely resumed their walk when a shrill sound cut through the air. "Cocorico," At the top of a fence, they spotted Galileo, a rooster with multicolored feathers and a vibrant red crest. His posture was proud, but his eyes betrayed a deep sadness. "Why do you sing with such melancholy, feathered friend?" asked Mingao, stretching out to get a better look at the rooster. "I heard the cook saying that tomorrow I'll be turned into soup," replied Galileo, his feathers shaking slightly. "After years of announcing the sunrise, this is my destiny." The rooster's words touched the hearts of his three friends, who immediately invited him to join their peculiar band. "With your majestic crowing, we'll be an unbeatable quartet," declared Frederrico, already imagining the musical possibilities. Galileo, without a second thought, flapped his wings and landed next to his new friends, ready for a new adventure. United by fate and music, the four unlikely companions set off on the road towards Bremen, each carrying their own dreams and hopes. The sun was beginning to set over the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, as they shared stories of their past lives and dreams for the future. Frederrico led the group with determined steps. Bruno kept an eye out for any danger. Mingao observed everything with his keen eyes, and Galileo, perched on the donkey's back, served as a lookout. Together, they discovered that their differences were not obstacles, but the source of their strength. As night approached, the group began to realize that the journey would be more challenging than they had imagined. The wind was blowing harder, bringing with it dark clouds that promised rain. They would need to find shelter soon, but they were in a part of the forest that none of them knew. However, the fear of loneliness and abandonment that had previously consumed them individually had been replaced by a sense of belonging and common purpose. "Look," exclaimed Galileo from his lofty post. "There's a light shining between the trees." The four friends looked at each other, curious and hopeful. That mysterious light could mean shelter, danger, or perhaps the start of a new adventure. What they didn't yet know was that this discovery would completely change the course of their lives and lead them to face challenges that would test not only their courage, but also the strength of their newly formed friendship. Cautiously, the group approached the light shining between the trees. As they advanced, a small stone house appeared before them. The smell of hot food escaped through the gaps in the windows, making their stomachs growl in unison. Mingao, with his keen eyesight, was the first to sneak up to one of the low windows. "What do you see?" whispered Bruno, keeping close to his feline friend. "There's a group of bandits inside," replied Mingao, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "They're sitting around a table full of food and drink. They seem to have looted some nearby village." Frederrico, who had remained silent until then, had a brilliant idea. "Friends," he said quietly, "perhaps we can use our musical skills in a different way. If we manage to scare these bandits, we could not only have a place to sleep, but also do a good deed." The plan was daring, but everyone agreed that it was worth a try. Carefully, they positioned themselves on top of each other. Frederrico stood at the base, being the biggest and strongest. On top of him climbed Bruno, who helped Mingao balance on his back. And at the top, Galileo perched proudly. "On my signal," whispered Frederrico, "we all make as much noise as possible." And so they did. The powerful braying of the donkey, mixed with the low barking of the dog, the shrill meowing of the cat, and the deafening crowing of the rooster. The resulting sound was something the forest had never witnessed before, a frightening cacophony that echoed through the night. The bandits, taken by surprise, jumped out of their chairs. Through the window, they saw a monstrous creature, tall as a tree, with undefined shapes and terrifying sounds. Without a second thought, they ran out the door, leaving behind the entire banquet and their stolen belongings. Satisfied with the success of their plan, the four friends entered the house, finding it welcoming and well stocked. "This is better than I could have imagined," exclaimed Bruno, sniffing the air filled with delicious aromas. Mingao soon found a comfortable spot near the fireplace. "Maybe we don't need to go all the way to Bremen," he suggested, purring. "This place could be our new home." However, one of the bandits, braver than the others, decided to go back and investigate. He sneaked up to the house in the darkness. Mingao, who was awake, noticed the movement and alerted the others with a low meow. When the bandit tried to peek through the window, he was met by a set of well-coordinated defenses. Mingao's glowing eyes in the darkness startled him. Bruno bared his teeth with a menacing snarl. Galileo flapped his wings furiously, and Frederrico gave the intruder a sharp kick in the air, causing him to flee in panic. "He'll never come back," laughed Galileo, smoothing his feathers, "and he'll probably convince the others to stay far away from here." That night was special for the group. For the first time since they had been abandoned by their owners, they felt truly at home. They shared the food left by the bandits and settled in different corners of the house, each finding their perfect spot. Frederrico discovered a stable next to the house, clean and with fresh hay. Bruno chose a soft rug near the door where he could keep guard. Mingao appropriated an old armchair near the fireplace, and Galileo found a perfect beam for his perch. As the evening progressed, the four friends chatted about their future plans. "You know," said Frederick thoughtfully, "maybe our destination wasn't really to get to Bremen. Maybe it was to find each other and create our own home. And who says we can't do both?" suggested Bruno, wagging his tail. "We can turn this house into our home and still make music." The idea excited everyone. They started planning how they could improve the place, turning it into a real home for musical animals. Galileo suggested that they could give concerts for travelers passing by on the road. Mingao thought about creating an aromatic herb garden. Bruno offered to maintain security, and Frederrico offered to transport supplies from the nearest village. As they made plans, they realized that their skills complemented each other perfectly. What one couldn't do, the other could. Their limitations, which had previously been seen as a reason to discard them by their former owners, were now transformed into opportunities for cooperation and mutual help. The night passed quietly, with the quartet resting for the first time in a long time, without fear of tomorrow. The sound of rain began to fall softly on the roof, creating a natural melody that lulled them into a deep, comforting sleep. In the morning, the first rays of sunlight found the four friends already awake and excited. Galileo, true to his custom, was the first to greet the day with his characteristic song. Mingao lounged lazily in his armchair, while Bruno made his morning rounds around the house. Frederrico watched everything with satisfaction, feeling that they had finally found their place in the world. The next few days were filled with intense activity in the forest house. As time went by, Each member of the group found their own way of contributing to making the space truly special. Frederrico, with his still considerable strength, started carrying useful materials he found around the forest, including fallen boards and abandoned tools that could be useful for small repairs. Bruno developed a patrol routine, marking a safe perimeter around the property and alerting his friends to any suspicious movement. His bark, which had previously been considered too weak to protect sheep, proved perfectly adequate to keep his new home safe. Mingao, for his part, turned out to be an excellent gardener. Using his natural hunting skills, he not only kept the house free of mice, but also started growing a small herb garden near the kitchen window. His nimble paws were perfect for planting seeds and pulling weeds. Galileo, from the top of his perch, not only faithfully announced the sunrise, but also kept an eye on his surroundings and reported on the weather, accurately predicting the arrival of storms thanks to his natural instincts. His constant presence at the highest point of the house made him a reliable watchman. One particularly pleasant morning, while they were practicing their music in the yard, they heard the sound of human voices approaching from the road. At first they were apprehensive, fearing that it was the bandits returning. However, to their surprise, it was a group of children from the nearby village, attracted by the curious melody echoing through the forest. "Look at that," one of the children exclaimed in amazement. "They're animals that make music." The quartet, who had initially thought of hiding, realized that this could be a unique opportunity. Frederrico, assuming his role as leader, stepped forward and began an impromptu performance. His melodious braying was soon joined by Bruno's rhythmic barking, Mingao's harmonious meowing, and Galileo's vibrant singing. The children were delighted, clapping their hands and dancing to the unusual music. Soon, they began to bring other villagers to watch the quartet perform. Word of the animal musicians living in the forest spread quickly, and their performances began to attract regular visitors. As their popularity grew, the four friends decided to organize their concerts better. They transformed their backyard into a small performance area, with logs arranged as seats for the audience. Galileo, with his natural talent for entertaining, became the master of ceremonies, announcing each musical number with a specially made cocorico. Visitors often brought gifts: fresh hay for Frederick, juicy bones for Bruno, balls of wool for Mingao to play with, and special grains for Galileo. More important than the material gifts, however, was the respect and admiration they received. Those same animals that had been discarded for being too old were now celebrated for their unique abilities. One afternoon, while they were organizing yet another performance, they received an unexpected visit. A group of merchants passing along the road stopped to watch the show, and among them was a man who caught Bruno's eye. He was his former owner. The old sheepdog was tense for a moment, but his friends immediately stood by his side in silent support. To his surprise, the former owner approached with tears in his eyes. "Bruno, my old friend," he said in an embarrassed voice, "I see you found your true calling. Forgive me for not seeing your full potential." That moment deeply touched not only Bruno, but all four friends. They realized that their supposed limitations had become their greatest strengths, and that the abandonment they had suffered had led them to find something much more precious: a chosen family. As their fame grew, they began to receive invitations to perform in the nearby village. After much discussion, they decided to accept some special performances, but always keeping their home in the forest as their base. After all, that place had become much more than just a shelter. It was a symbol of their freedom and unity. During one of these performances in the village, they met other animals who, like them, had been abandoned by their owners. This sparked an idea in Frederrico. Why not turn his house into a refuge for animal artists? The space was big enough, and they could teach others to discover their hidden talents. We could create a real music school, suggested Mingao, enthusiastic about the idea. And each of us could teach something different, added Bruno, already imagining the possibilities. Galileo, from his favorite perch, agreed with an excited poop. We could call it the Forest Musical Academy. The idea quickly took shape. Before long, they began to welcome their first students. A pig who discovered he had a talent for percussion, a sheep with a surprisingly melodious voice, and even a mouse who turned out to be an excellent dancer. The house in the forest, which once housed bandits, became a center for art and music, a place where differences were celebrated and limitations were transformed into possibilities. The four friends discovered that their true calling went beyond simply making music. It was to inspire others to find their own voice. With the Academia Musical da Floresta up and running, the four friends' routine took on new contours and challenges. Every morning, after Galileo's traditional song greeting the sun, the house was filled with life, with the arrival of different students, each bringing their own story and dreams. Frederrico discovered that he had a natural talent for teaching. His patience and wisdom, acquired through years of hard work, allowed him to identify the unique potential in each student. He developed a special method for teaching rhythm, using his own experiences of carrying bales of hay to create simple, engaging musical patterns. You see, he explained to a group of young rabbits who wanted to learn to drum with their hind legs. Every step can be a musical note. The secret is to find your own natural rhythm. The bunnies, fascinated, began to drum on the floor, creating a synchronized percussion that soon became one of the favorite attractions of the performances. Bruno, for his part, became an expert in teaching vocal techniques. His bark, which had previously been considered too weak to scare off predators, turned out to be perfect for demonstrating different tones and modulations. He worked especially closely with a young sheep called Melody, whose initial shyness hid an extraordinary voice. Don't be afraid to be different, Bruno advised Melody during a lesson. Sometimes, what we consider our greatest weakness can be our greatest strength. Under his tutelage, Melody developed a confidence that transformed her bleating into a song so sweet it often attracted wild birds to listen. Mingao revolutionized dance teaching at the academy. His naturally graceful feline movements inspired students to find their own form of body expression. He created a particularly interesting partnership with Roberto, the dancing mouse, developing choreographies that combined agility and elegance. Dance is everywhere, taught Mingao, demonstrating a sequence of movements in the way the Wind sways the leaves in the course of the stream, even in the way the butterflies fly. His students learned to observe nature in search of inspiration, transforming everyday movements into art. Galileo, in addition to his duties as a watchman and announcer, developed a special program to teach music to migratory birds. His knowledge of weather patterns and celestial navigation proved invaluable in creating a system of musical notation based on the flight of birds. Each migration route is like a score in the sky, he explained to his winged students. The air currents are our stage, and the wind is our orchestra. Soon, the skies above the academy were filled with coordinated melodies, with flocks of birds performing complex aerial harmonies. The fame of the Forest Music Academy grew so much that it began to attract visitors from further and further afield. One day, a delegation of human musicians from the city of Bremen even arrived, intrigued by the stories they had heard about the animal musicians. "We never imagined we'd find something like this," commented the leader of the delegation, amazed at a special performance organized to welcome them. "You've created something truly unique here." Success, however, brought with it new challenges. The house began to get too small to accommodate all the students and visitors. What's more, with winter approaching, they needed to find a way to continue classes during the colder days. It was Frederrico who came up with the idea of expanding the facilities, taking advantage of an old cave next to the house. The natural acoustics of the cave would be perfect for rehearsals, he suggested, and it would give us the additional space we need. With the help of all the students and some villagers who had become loyal friends of the academy, work began on adapting the cave. The student beavers created dikes to control the humidity. The moles helped to create natural acoustic chambers, and the birds decorated the ceiling with small, shiny stones that reflected the light of the lanterns. During the construction work, they discovered something surprising. The cave had several interconnected chambers, each with unique acoustic characteristics. This allowed them to create specialized rooms for different types of musical practice. "It's as if nature itself had designed a concert hall for us," observed Bruno, delighted by the perfect reverberation of his bark in one of the chambers. Working together to expand the academy further strengthened the bonds between the four friends and their students. Each challenge overcome was celebrated with a new musical composition created collaboratively by teachers and students. One evening, as they rested after a long day's work, Frederrico reflected on how their lives had changed since that first encounter on the road. "When we set off in search of Bremen," he told his friends, "we thought we were looking for a place to make music, but in fact, we found something much bigger, a way to turn our experiences into lessons for others." With the Forest Music Academy flourishing and the new expansion in the cave nearing completion, the four friends started planning a big music festival to celebrate their first successful year. The idea was to bring together all the students, past and present, for a memorable performance that would demonstrate how music could transcend all differences. While they were organizing the event, one afternoon they were surprised by the unexpected visit of a peculiar group. They were the old bandits who had escaped from the house that first night. However, this time they didn't come with bad intentions. The leader of the group, a tall man with a gray beard, approached cautiously with his hands raised in a sign of peace. "We've come to ask for forgiveness," he said, visibly embarrassed. "We've been watching from afar the wonderful work you've been doing here. Our life of crime brought us only loneliness and fear, while you have built something truly special." Frederrico, ever the diplomat of the group, stepped forward. "Forgiveness is the first step towards change," he replied wisely. "Perhaps you too can discover your musical talents." To everyone's surprise, the former bandits revealed that during their time as fugitives, they had developed the habit of making music with objects found in the forest. The leader demonstrated how he could create fascinating melodies by banging on hollow logs of different sizes, while his companions accompanied him with whistles and rhythmic clapping. "Look at that!" exclaimed Mingao, his green eyes shining with excitement. "Even those who scared us at first had music inside them." The arrival of the former bandits brought a new dimension to the planned festival. Bruno suggested incorporating their improvised instruments into the performance, creating a unique percussion section that would perfectly represent the inclusive spirit of the Academy. Galileo, always on the lookout for opportunities to expand, proposed an even more ambitious idea. "Why don't we turn the festival into a traveling celebration? We could start here in the forest and end up in Bremen, giving performances in every village along the way." The suggestion was met with enthusiasm. Preparations for the traveling festival began immediately. Each group of students worked on special performances that highlighted their unique skills. The percussionist rabbits created a synchronized choreography with melody. The singing sheep, Roberto, the dancing mouse, developed a special number with the migratory birds, combining ground dancing with aerial acrobatics. During rehearsals, something extraordinary began to happen. Wild animals from the forest, attracted by the music, began to come forward voluntarily to take part. One bear discovered that his low growl matched Frederrico's braying perfectly in certain tunes. A family of squirrels developed a percussion technique using nuts and pine cones that added a unique layer to the compositions. As the day of the festival approached, word spread in all directions. Caravans began to arrive in the forest, bringing curious spectators and potential new students. The small house that once housed bandits was now the epicenter of a true musical revolution. On the morning of the big day, Galileo woke everyone up with his most majestic cocorico. The festival began at sunrise with a joint performance by all the participants. The music that echoed through the forest that morning was unlike anything they had ever created. It was the sum of all their experiences, hopes, and dreams. The musical caravan set off from the forest as planned, stopping at each village on the way to Bremen. At each stop, new elements were added to the performance. A goat that played the flute with its nose joined the group in one village. In another, a group of pigs discovered that they could create complex harmonies with their grunts. Finally, after 2 weeks of travel, they arrived in Bremen, the city that was initially just a dream destination for a lonely donkey, was now hosting the biggest animal music festival ever seen. The streets were filled with amazed spectators, and even the most skeptical human musicians were won over by the unique harmony created by the unlikely orchestra. During the final performance in Bremen's central square, Frederrico looked at his friends and all the students who had turned his simple dream into something much bigger. He realized that his journey had never really been about getting to Bremen. Ooh, it was about discovering that music existed everywhere and in everyone. The festival was such a success that the Bremen authorities offered the Forest Music Academy an official title of Royal Conservatory for Animals. However, after much discussion, the four friends decided to keep their base in the forest, where it all began. Our music was born out of freedom and acceptance, Frederrico explained to the city officials. We need to keep our roots where we can continue to grow naturally. The decision proved wise. The Forest Musical Academy continued to flourish, becoming a symbol of how music can unite the most unlikely of companions and turn limitations into possibilities. The four friends, Frederrico, Bruno, Mingau, and Galileo, discovered that their true mission was not just to make music, but to show the world that every voice, no matter how different, deserves to be heard. And so, the story of the Bremen musicians became much more than a simple fable about animals who wanted to be musicians. It became a testament to the power of friendship, the courage to start again, and the magic that happens when different voices come together in harmony. The hot, dry desert air still hung over the Karnak temple when Amenemhat noticed the first signs that something was wrong. The young priest, just 22 years old, watched the horizon with growing concern as the twilight shadows lengthened unnaturally over the ancient stones of the sacred complex. His fingers instinctively stroked the lapis lazuli amulet he wore around his neck, a gift from his late mother, also a servant of the temple. The sky took on a darker shade of purple than usual, as if the night itself was sickened. The other priests seemed not to notice, busy with their routine tasks of preparing for the nightly ritual in honor of Ra. Does something trouble your mind, young Amenemhat? High Priest Senefer's deep and serene voice made the boy startle. The old religious man, with his thin body and face marked by time, approached silently, his attentive eyes fixed on the horizon that worried his pupil so much. Master Senefer, don't you notice? The shadows, they seem denser, more alive. Amenemhat hesitated, fearing he would sound foolish, but the respect and trust he felt for his mentor encouraged him to continue. It's like something is trying to swallow the light. The high priest remained silent for a few moments, his expression gradually becoming more serious. Your eyes see well, young man. Your sensitivity to mystical forces has always been your most precious gift. Senefer gestured for him to follow him into the temple. As they walked through the corridors, decorated with hieroglyphs and ancient paintings, Amenemhat watched the torches that lit the way. The flames flickered erratically, as if they were fighting an invisible force that was trying to extinguish them. The sound of their footsteps echoed off the stone walls, mixing with the distant chants of the other priests. What do you know about Ra's night journey? Senefer asked, leading him to a less frequented chamber of the temple where ancient scriptures were kept. Each night, Ra sails through the Duat, the underworld, in his solar bark, replied Amenemhat. Recalling his years of study, he faces Apep, the serpent of chaos, and with the help of other gods, emerges victorious at dawn. bringing light back to the world. Yes, but tonight. Sennefer paused, lighting a few more lamps in the chamber. Tonight is different. The signs you have observed are just the beginning. Ancient forces are moving in the shadows, forces that predate even the first pharaohs. Shiver ran down Amenemhat's spine as a cold, inexplicable wind blew through the sealed chamber, making the flames of the lamps dance dangerously. What are these forces, Master? Before Apep, before even the first gods, there existed primordial chaos. Nun, and in the depths of Nun, sleep entities who wish to see the world return to that state of absolute disorder. Sennefer moved to an ancient bookshelf, pulling out a carefully preserved papyrus. They awaken rarely, in cycles that few understand, and tonight, they intend to stop Ra's journey. The young priest felt the weight of those words. If Ra was unable to complete his nocturnal journey, the sun would not rise. What can we do, Master? There is a ritual. Sennefer carefully unrolled the papyrus, revealing ancient hieroglyphics and complex diagrams. A ritual as old as the very forces that threaten us, but it requires something special. A priest with the gift of seeing beyond the veil, someone capable of perceiving the subtleties of the spiritual world. Amenemhat immediately understood what his master was suggesting. Me? But there are certainly others who are more experienced, more prepared. Experience is not always the best teacher, young man. Sometimes you need a fresh look, a soul that has not yet become desensitized to the nuances of the mystical world. Sennefer placed a hand on his pupil's shoulder. You noticed the changes when no one else did. That's no coincidence. At that moment, a tremor ran through the temple, making ancient dust dance in the air. The lamps flickered simultaneously, and for an instant, Amenemhat saw shadows move in impossible ways on the walls. We don't have much time, Sennefer said, her voice now urgent. The ritual must be performed before Ra begins his nocturnal journey. We will need specific preparations, sacred items, and most importantly, your complete dedication and courage. Amenemhat looked at his lapis lazuli amulet, remembering his mother's words about the sacred duty of priests to maintain the order of the cosmos. What do I need to do, Master? First, we must gather the necessary elements for the ritual. We will need water from the Nile collected at midnight of the previous new moon, sacred incense from the deepest chambers of the temple, and Sennefer was interrupted by another tremor, stronger than the previous one. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the hall, and a young priestess, Neferet, entered the chamber, her eyes wide with concern. High priest, the offerings on the main altar. They turned to ash without being burned. Sennefer exchanged a meaningful look with Amenemhat. It has begun sooner than we expected. Neferet, you will help us with the preparations. Your knowledge of the ancient formulas will be essential. As the three moved quickly through the temple corridors, Amenemhat felt the weight of responsibility growing on his shoulders. The sky visible through the columns had become even darker, and stars that should have been visible seemed to have been swallowed by an unnatural darkness. The approaching night promised to be unlike any other in Egyptian history. In the coming hours, a young priest would be tested beyond his limits, facing forces most mortals only dreamed of existing. The fate of the world depended on the success of an ancient ritual, and time was quickly running out. The halls of the temple seemed darker as Amenemhat, Senefer, and Neferet hurried toward the sacred chambers. The young priest noticed that the walls, normally covered in bright hieroglyphics and vibrant paintings, seemed to be losing their color, as if the life itself was being drained from the ancient stones. The elements must be prepared in a specific order, Senefer explained, his voice echoing off the walls. The water of the Nile first, as it represents Nun, from which all life emerged. Then, the sacred incense, to purify the air and establish the connection with the divine. Neferet, who was walking just ahead, stopped abruptly in front of an ancient door decorated with symbols of protection. His nimble fingers traced intricate patterns over the carvings, murmuring words in a language so ancient Amenemhat could barely understand. The knowledge of the ancients is kept here, she said, as the door opened silently. But we must be careful. On nights like this, even protective spells can be unstable. The revealed chamber was circular, with niches in the walls containing sealed vessels and ancient scriptures. In the center, a black stone altar reflected the torchlight in a peculiar way, as if darkness itself danced on its surface. Senefer went to one of the niches, carefully removing a canopic vase sealed with golden wax. The sacred water of the Nile, he explained, handing the container to Amenemhat, collected at the exact moment the new moon set, when the waters were most receptive to celestial influences. A tremor, stronger than the previous ones, shook the temple, causing dust and small fragments of stone to fall from the ceiling. The torches flickered dangerously, and for a moment, Amenemhat saw something move in the shadows, something that shouldn't be there. Master, whispered Neferet, her voice tense. Protections are weakening faster than we expected. Senefer nodded gravely. The forces of chaos are growing stronger. We must hurry. He turned to Amenemhat. The sacred incense is in the deepest chamber of the temple. Normally, it would take a full day of purification before anyone can enter there, but we don't have that time. What will happen if we enter without proper purification? Asked Amenemhat, feeling the weight of the canopic vase in his hands. The consequences could be severe, Neferet replied, her eyes reflecting the worry on her face. But if we do nothing, the consequences will be even worse. The group continued their journey, descending narrow stairs that led deeper and deeper into the temple complex. The air grew thicker with each step, heavy with the weight of millennia, of history, and ancient magic. Amenemhat found his senses heightened. Every shadow seemed to contain movement. Every sound echoed with hidden meanings. In a particularly narrow hallway, Neferet stopped again, her eyes fixed on something only she seemed to see. The barriers between the worlds are crumbling, he murmured. I can see fragments of the duat leaking into our world. Amenemhat also began to notice the walls seemed to breathe, and occasionally glimpses of a different reality shone through the stone, a reality of infinite darkness and impossible forms. That is why you were chosen, Amenemhat, said Senefer, noting the understanding in his charge's eyes. Your ability to perceive these changes, to see beyond the veil, will be crucial to the ritual. Finally, they came to a door unlike any other Amenemhat had ever seen in the temple. It was made of a black stone that seemed to absorb light, and the hieroglyphics carved into its surface seemed to move on their own. The Chamber of Eternal Mysteries, Sennefer announced. Here, the first priests kept their deepest secrets. The incense we need was consecrated by them over 1,000 years ago. Neferet began to chant a protective chant, her melodious voice echoing eerily in the confined space. As she sang, Amenemhat noticed that the shadows around them seemed to retreat slightly, as if repelled by the ancient magic in her words. Sennefer placed her hand on the door, closed her eyes, and began reciting words of power. The surface of the stone began to glow with an inner light, and slowly the door began to open. The camera's interior was even more impressive than its entrance. Pillars that seemed to be made of solidified light supported a ceiling that was lost in the darkness above. In the center, on a crystal pedestal, rested a small golden chest. The incense is there, said Sennefer, but we must be extremely careful. The slightest disturbance in the chamber's energy could. His words were interrupted by a sound that shouldn't be there, a sound that seemed to come from all directions at once, as if reality itself was being ripped apart. The walls of the chamber shook, and for a moment Amenemhat saw through them, saw the vast abyss of the Duat, and the creatures that moved in its depths. They are trying to prevent us from completing the ritual, Neferet said, her voice strained as she maintained the protective chant. We need to hurry. Amenemhat felt his lapis lazuli amulet vibrate against his chest, as if responding to the presence of the ancient forces that surrounded them. With careful steps, he approached the pedestal, aware that each movement could be the difference between success and catastrophe. The golden chest seemed to pulse with a light of its own, and as Amenemhat reached out to reach it, he felt a resistance in the air, as if he were trying to move through the thick water. The shadows around him began to condense, taking on shapes that defied comprehension. Don't look directly at them, warned Sennefer. Keep your focus on the vault. You're the only one who can reach it now. With a supreme effort of will, Amenemhat forced his hand through the invisible resistance, his fingers finally touching the golden surface of the safe. At the moment of contact, a wave of energy coursed through his body, and for an instant, he saw clearly what they were facing: the ancient entities of chaos, awakened and hungry, ready to devour the order of the cosmos. The moment when Amenemhat touched the golden chest seemed to stretch on indefinitely. The energy that coursed through his body was ancient and powerful, momentarily connecting him with all the knowledge stored in that sacred chamber. With one fluid movement, he lifted the container, feeling its surprisingly light weight in his hands. Quickly, we need to get out of here. Neferet's voice sounded distant, almost drowned out by the growing hum that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. Her protective chant was beginning to fail, the shadows reaching forward like tendrils of pure darkness. Sennefer was already at the door, his urgent gestures indicating the way. The balance of the chamber has been disturbed. We must reach the main hall before the forces of chaos fully manifest. The three ran through the temple's corridors, which now seemed to twist and change with each step. Amenemhat held the golden chest close to his chest, feeling it pulse in sync with his lapis lazuli amulet. The sacred water of the Nile, still in the canopic vessel, splashed rhythmically in his hands. The passages are changing, observed Neferet. Her breathing labored as they ran. Chaos is distorting the very fabric of the temple. She was right. Corridors that should have led to the main hall now ended in solid walls, while new paths opened up in impossible directions. The air was increasingly thick, charged with an energy that made the hairs on the back of Amenemhat's neck stand up. Use the hieroglyphs, commanded Senefer, pointing to the writings on the walls. They are anchors of divine order. Focus on them to find the true path. Amenemhat focused his attention on the ancient symbols, noticing that some still retained a faint glow, like stars amid the gathering darkness. By following this trail of light, the group was able to stay oriented through the ever-changing maze. A distant scream echoed through the halls. Other priests, probably realizing now that something was terribly wrong. The sound was followed by a tremor more violent than the previous ones, and this time, Amenemhat clearly saw cracks forming in the air, as if reality itself was breaking apart. The barriers are giving way faster, warned Neferet, her voice thick with concern. If we don't perform the ritual soon, there will be nothing more we can do. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the group emerged into the temple's main hall. The scene they found was one of controlled chaos. Priests ran from one side to another, trying to keep the torches lit and the basic rituals functioning, while shadows danced on the walls in an increasingly threatening manner. To the central altar, ordered Senefer, his natural authority causing the other priests to clear the way. The altar, normally a symbol of order and stability, now seemed to vibrate with a dissonant energy. The offerings previously turned to ash had been replaced, but the new ones were also beginning to show signs of accelerated deterioration. Form a circle, commanded Senefer to the other priests. Keep the chance of protection constant, no matter what you see or hear. As the circle formed, Amenemhat and Neferet began preparing the elements of the ritual under Senefer's guidance. The sacred water of the Nile was poured in a specific pattern around the altar, forming symbols that glowed with their own light when they touched the ground. The incense now, instructed Senefer, his voice tense but firm. But be careful. Once the vault is opened, the forces we have tried to contain will attack with all their might. Amenemhat positioned the golden chest on the altar, his fingers trembling slightly as he traced the opening symbols. The hot metal pulsed beneath his touch, as if something alive was trapped inside. The moment the vault lid was lifted, a wave of energy ran through the hall, causing the torches to flicker violently. The incense inside looked like nothing Amenemhat had ever seen. It was like solidified smoke, moving of its own accord. Now, Amenemhat, said Senefer, his voice taking on a ritual tone. You must recite the ancient words, while Neferet and I keep the forces of chaos at bay. Don't stop, don't hesitate, no matter what. The young priest nodded, feeling the weight of the moment. Their lapis lazuli amulet glowed brightly now, as if trying to combat the darkness gathering around them. With a firm voice, he began to recite the words Senefer had taught him. Ancient formulas of power that had not been spoken in millennia. As the words flowed, the air in the temple became increasingly thick. The shadows on the walls gained depth, and occasionally impossible shapes could be glimpsed moving within their depths. The circle of priests continued their chants, but some were already showing signs of fatigue. Neferet and Senefer had taken positions on opposite sides of the altar, their arms raised in gestures of power, creating an invisible barrier against the forces trying to interrupt the ritual. Their expressions were one of intense concentration, beads of sweat running down their faces as they kept their chaotic energies under control. Incense began to rise from the vault in complex spirals, forming patterns that seemed to contain hidden meanings. Amenemhat continued his recitation, feeling each word resonate with increasing power. He could feel the presence of Ra, still on his journey through the Duat, and the ancient forces that tried to impede his passage. A deafening sound erupted in the hall, like thousands of voices shouting simultaneously in long-forgotten languages. The walls of the temple shook, and through the cracks in reality, glimpses of primordial chaos began to manifest. The ancient voices echoed through the hall as Amenemhat continued his recitation, each ancient word carrying more power than the last. The lapis lazuli amulet on his chest glowed with increasing intensity, as if responding to the energy of the ritual. Through the dimensional cracks, indescribable creatures attempted to manifest, their forms defying human understanding. "Hold the circle," shouted Senefer, her voice barely audible over the growing chaos. "The protection cannot be broken." Sweat ran down Amenemhat's face as he struggled to maintain concentration on the sacred words. The incense continued to rise in increasingly complex spirals, forming an ethereal column of light that seemed to connect the altar to the invisible sky above the temple. Neferet, on the other side of the altar, moved her hands in precise gestures, weaving magical barriers against the entities that tried to break into our reality. Her eyes, normally brown, now glowed with an inner fire, a reflection of the ancient power she channeled. "Protections are giving way in the eastern sector," one of the younger priests shouted, his voice shaking with fear. Amenemhat felt a shift in the air, a distortion that went beyond the physical. Through his keen perception, he could see the lines of force that supported reality beginning to unravel. The ritual needed to be completed before everything fell apart. "Focus, Amenemhat." Senefer's voice sounded in his mind more than in his ears. "You are the anchor of the ritual. Don't let anything break your focus." The ancient words flowed more powerfully now, each syllable carrying the weight of millennia. The young priest could feel the presence of Ra, still struggling on his journey through the Duat, facing not only Epep, but the primordial forces of chaos that had awakened. A blast of dark energy erupted from one of the dimensional cracks, throwing two priests against the wall. The circle of protection wavered, but the others quickly closed the gap, their chants intensifying in despair. Neferet moved with unearthly grace, her hands weaving protective symbols in the air. "The barriers won't hold much longer," she warned, her voice thick with urgency. Amenemhat's lapis lazuli amulet pulsed stronger and stronger, in sync with the beat of his heart. Suddenly, he understood. The amulet was not just a memento of his mother. but a ritual tool prepared years ago for this exact moment. Use the amulet. Sennefer's voice sounded again in his mind. He was consecrated for the purpose of strengthening the barriers between the worlds. Without interrupting his recitation, Amenemhat held the amulet with one hand. The heat emanating from the blue stone was almost unbearable, but he didn't dare let go. The amulet's energy began to merge with the sacred incense, creating patterns of light that strengthened the temple's protections. The creatures of chaos, sensing the new resistance, redoubled their efforts. Tendrils of pure darkness snaked through the cracks, seeking any breach in the defenses. The sound of their alien voices grew in intensity, threatening to shatter the sanity of anyone who dared listen to them for too long. "The sun is almost up," shouted one of the priests, pointing to one of the high windows of the temple. Through it, one could see that the unnatural darkness was beginning to show signs of retreat, but the forces of chaos would not give up easily. A wave of negative energy swept through the hall, extinguishing all the torches and leaving only the supernatural light of the ritual illuminating the room. In the dark, the creatures seemed even more terrifying, their forms constantly shifting between impossible states of existence. Amenemhat felt his strength diminishing. The effort of maintaining the ritual and channeling the power of the amulet simultaneously was almost beyond his capabilities. But he couldn't fail, not when the fate of the world depended on tonight's success. Neferet, sensing his exhaustion, moved closer, her own energy helping to support him. "Continue," she whispered. "You are stronger than you think." The ancient words neared their climax, each syllable now reverberating with divine power. The sacred incense had formed a dome of light over the altar, gradually expanding to engulf the entire hall. Through it, the creatures of chaos seemed to lose their substance, like nightmares dissipating at dawn. Sennefer, her imposing figure now bathed in the light of the ritual, raised her arms in a final gesture of power. "The time is now," his voice thundered through the room. "Complete the ritual, Amenemhat. Seal the gaps." With the last strength he had left, the young priest pronounced the final words of the ritual. The amulet in his hand exploded in blue light, its energy combining with the sacred incense in a wave of purifying power that swept through the temple. The dimensional cracks began to close, one by one, the creatures of chaos being forced back into their primordial realm. Their screams of fury and frustration echoed one last time before being silenced by the power of the ritual. Through the windows of the temple, the first rays of the sun began to penetrate. Ra had completed his nightly journey, bringing yet another dawn to the world of the living. The natural order had been preserved, although the cost had been high. Amenemhat staggered, exhausted beyond his strength, but Neferet caught him before he fell. The lapis lazuli amulet, now cold and dull, remained intact in his hand, a last gift from his mother, who had helped save the world. "You did it," Sennefer smiled, although her own exhaustion was evident. "Balance has been restored." The other priests were beginning to recover, relighting their torches and checking the damage caused by the supernatural battle. The temple was scarred but intact, just like the reality they had fought to protect. As sunlight grew through the temple windows, exhaustion began to take its toll on everyone present. Amenemhat, still supported by Neferet, watched the damage caused by the supernatural battle. Strange marks covered the ancient walls, like scars left by the claws of chaos. But the most important thing had been preserved, the natural order of the cosmos. "We need to strengthen the temple's wards," Senefer said, his voice tired but determined. "What happened tonight could happen again if we don't take precautions." Neferet helped Amenemhat to sit on one of the altar steps. The young priest still held the lapis lazuli amulet, now cold and dull, but somehow different, as if it had gained a new dimension of power after the ritual. "The amulet," murmured Amenemhat, studying the blue stone. "My mother must have known. She must have predicted this somehow." Senefer approached, her wise eyes studying the artifact. "Your mother was one of the most gifted seers this temple has ever known. She prepared many things before she left, including your training, Amenemhat. She knew you would be needed." Other priests began to work on restoring the temple, cleaning up the debris and relighting the ritual torches. The air was still charged with the residual energy of the confrontation, but now it had a different flavor, no longer one of chaos and destruction, but of renewal and restored order. "The signs were there all along," said Neferet, sitting down next to Amenemhat. "In the stars, in the dreams of seers, even in the behavior of sacred animals. But only you were able to correctly interpret what was to come." A group of younger priests approached, carrying fresh water and bandages to treat the injured. Among them, Amenemhat recognized faces that had previously treated him with skepticism due to his age and unconventional methods. Now, their looks were of respect and admiration. "What happened to the creatures?" asked one of them, his voice still shaking slightly. "Were they destroyed?" "No," replied Senefer, shaking his head. "Forces as ancient as those cannot be destroyed, only contained, forced back into their own realm. But the seal we created tonight is powerful. It will be a long time before they can attempt anything like that again." Amenemhat stood up slowly, his muscles protesting the movement. He walked to one of the temple's windows, watching the rising sun bathe the ancient stones in its golden light. The sky was clear now, without a trace of the unnatural darkness that had gripped it during the night. "The cycle continues," he said, more to himself than to others. "Ra emerges victorious once again. Thanks to you," Neferet said, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Your gift of seeing beyond the veil saved so much more than just this temple tonight." Senefer rallied the priests, her presence commanding immediate attention even after the battle was exhausted. "What happened here must be recorded," he declared. "But most importantly, it must be understood. The ancient forces of chaos will always seek breaches in our defenses, will always attempt to restore the primordial state of disorder." He made a sweeping gesture, indicating the temple and beyond. "Our mission, as guardians of the divine order, is to maintain balance, not just through rituals and offerings, but through constant vigilance and understanding the signs the gods send us." A murmur of agreement ran through the group. Amenemhat noted that even the most traditionalist priests now seemed more open to new interpretations and methods. That night's experience had changed something fundamental in the order of the temple. Amenemhat Sennefer called, his voice taking on a formal tone. Come closer. The young priest walked towards his mentor, aware of the looks of everyone present. Sennefer removed from his robes a small object wrapped in linen, a green stone, scarab, a symbol of transformation and rebirth. Tonight, you have proven yourself to be more than just a promising priest, declared Sennefer. You have demonstrated the wisdom to see beyond appearances, the courage to face the unknown, and the strength to maintain order even in the face of primordial chaos. He placed the scarab in Amenemhat's hands. This is a symbol of your new position in the temple. From today onwards, you will be one of the keepers of the mysteries, responsible not only for maintaining the rituals, but for identifying and combating threats that few can see. Neferet smiled, her eyes shining with pride. And you will not be alone in this task, she said, revealing a similar scarab on her own neck. The sun continued its rise in the sky, its lights now reaching every corner of the temple, dispelling the last shadows of the previous night. Amenemhat held the scarab next to his lapis lazuli amulet, feeling the energies of the two artifacts resonate in harmony. That night's battle was over, but he knew it was just the beginning of a new journey. The forces of chaos would always be there, waiting in the shadows, looking for moments of weakness. But now he was prepared, no longer just a young priest with an unusual gift, but a guardian of the mysteries, ready to protect the balance between order and chaos. As the temple slowly returned to its normal routine, Amenemhat knew that nothing would be the same as before. The night Ra was almost prevented from completing his journey would be remembered and studied by future generations of priests. And somewhere, beyond the veil of reality, the ancient forces of chaos waited, knowing they had found worthy adversaries in a young priest and his companions, guardians of divine order in the temple of Karnak. The sun was rising over the Baghdad horizon when Sinbad the sailor woke up with a start in his mansion. The nightmares of his 7 previous trips still haunted him, but there was something different that morning. An old parchment, yellowed with age, lay on his bedside table. He didn't remember putting it there, and his memory rarely betrayed him. With trembling fingers, Sinbad unrolled the document. The paper was rough, with jagged edges and seawater stains. The words, written in an ancient, elegant script, seemed to dance in the dawn light. The city of Zephyria emerges from the waters only once every century, bringing with it secrets that can rewrite the destiny of whoever finds them. Sinbad was no longer the young adventurer he once was. His hair, once black as night, now showed silver strands, and deep wrinkles marked his tanned face. Even so, he felt that familiar restlessness, that irresistible call of the sea that had taken him on so many extraordinary adventures. In his private library, surrounded by maps and relics from his previous travels, Sinbad received his old friend Ahmed, a merchant who had accompanied him in his stories at the port for years. My friend, said Ahmed, looking at the parchment curiously. They say this city is just a legend, a tale to entertain drunken sailors, but Sinbad knew the world too well to dismiss legends so easily. They also said that the Roca bird was just a story, Ahmed, and yet I flew on its back. The Valley of Diamonds, the Island of the Cannibals, the Sunken Kingdom, they were all considered myths until I found them. Deciding to embark on his 8th voyage, Sinbad began preparations. This time, however, it would be different. He would not leave with a large crew or a sumptuous ship. He chose a smaller, more agile vessel called Destino and carefully selected just 5 men to accompany him. Hassan, the navigator, whose eyes seemed capable of reading the stars like an open book. Karim, the young warrior with cat-like reflexes and a brave heart. The twins, Malik and Salim, masters of the arts of fishing and hand-to-hand combat. And Omar, a wise man who dedicated his life to the study of ancient marine legends. On the eve of departure, while supervising the loading of supplies, Sinbad received an unexpected visitor. A woman wrapped in dark veils approached the dock silently. "You seek Zephyria," she said, not as a question, but as a statement. Her name was Amara, and she claimed to be a descendant of the last inhabitants of the mythical city. "The city doesn't just emerge from the waters," Amara explained, her voice low as a whisper on the wind. "She holds a secret that connects all your previous journeys, Sinbad. It is no coincidence that the scroll has reached you now." Before he could question her further, Amara disappeared into the shadows of the port, leaving only a blue, crystal amulet in her hands. The next morning, under a sky heavy with lead-colored clouds, the Destiny left the port of Baghdad. The sea was restless, as if sensing the importance of this journey. Sinbad, standing at the bow, held Amara's amulet, which emitted a soft, pulsing glow. The first weeks of the trip were peaceful, almost monotonous. Hassan guided the ship following ancient nautical charts and the enigmatic symbols on the parchment. Omar spent hours poring over ancient texts, searching for clues about Zephyria's exact location. The twins kept the ship stocked with fresh fish, while Karim stood guard, his eyes always on the horizon. It was during a moonless night that the first signs appeared. The once dark blue sea began to display strange, luminescent patterns. Unknown sea creatures surrounded the ship, their scales glowing with impossible colors. Amara's amulet pulsed more intensely, as if responding to an invisible force. Omar discovered in his texts that Zephyria was not just a city, but a portal to an ancient underwater kingdom. According to legends, its inhabitants had knowledge about the true nature of the sea and its mysteries. "Perhaps," suggested the sage, "all your previous adventures, Sinbad, were merely preparation for this moment." The crew began to notice subtle changes in their environment. Time seemed to flow differently, and the stars formed constellations never seen before. At night, they heard distant singing, melodies that reminded them of both mermaids and whales, but unlike anything they had ever heard. As they sailed deeper and deeper into unknown waters, Sinbad reflected on Amara's words. How could his past travels be connected to Zephyria? He remembered the dangers he had faced, the wonders he had witnessed, and for the first time, he began to see patterns he had not noticed before. One morning, after a particularly restless night, Hassan saw something extraordinary on the horizon. A dense, iridescent mist covered the waters ahead, and through it, indistinct shapes seemed to move. The amulet in Sinbad's possession glowed with blinding intensity. "Captain," Hassan called, his voice betraying a mixture of fear and admiration. "I think we found what we were looking for." As the Destiny approached the fog, everyone on board felt a change in the air. The wind carried whispers in an ancient language, and the waters beneath the hull seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Sinbad knew that they were only at the beginning of their most extraordinary journey. The mystery of Zephyria was about to reveal itself, and with it, perhaps, the answers to questions she didn't even know she had. Holding tight to the helm, he guided his ship towards the mysterious mist, aware that every moment of his life had prepared him for this encounter with the unknown. The mist enveloped Destiny like a supernatural cloak, and as they advanced, the indistinct shapes began to gain more defined contours. Through the iridescent mist, colossal structures emerged from the waters, towers of crystal and coral that seemed to reach up to the sky itself. Sinbad and his crew watched in reverent silence as their ship glided past the first signs of the legendary Zephyria. Omar, consulting his ancient manuscripts with trembling hands, murmured words in a forgotten language. "The scriptures speak of guardians," he said, his voice thick with concern. "Ancient creatures that protect the city's entrance." As if summoned by the sage's words, the waters around the ship began to stir. Serpentine shapes, larger than any sea creature Sinbad had ever encountered, moved in the depths. The crystal amulet pulsed with an intense blue light, and Sinbad could feel its heat through the fabric of his robe. Karim was the first to spot the guardians. "Captain," he shouted, pointing to a dark mass approaching from the port side. From the water emerged creatures that appeared to be made of jellyfish and moonlight, enormous sea serpents with luminescent scales and eyes that glittered like submerged stars. Hassan held his course with admirable steadiness, even though his hands were white from gripping the tiller. The twins Malik and Salim prepared for combat, but Sinbad raised his hand, signaling them to wait. Something about the creature's behavior did not suggest hostility. The largest of the sea serpents towered above the ship, its majestic head looming over the crew, their eyes fixed on the amulet Sinbad carried, and an ancient voice echoed in their minds. Amara's seal. After so long, the chosen return. The creatures began to move in formation around the ship, guiding it through the mist toward the heart of the sunken city. As they advanced, more details of Zephyria revealed themselves. Arched bridges made of pearlescent coral connected crystal towers. Underwater gardens bloomed with luminescent vegetation, and in the depths, they could see the outlines of even older structures. "It's as if two cities existed simultaneously," observed Omar, fascinated. "One above the waters, and one beneath them." His observation triggered a memory in Sinbad. He remembered stories, whispered in distant ports, about a kingdom that existed between two worlds. The Destino was taken to a natural dock formed by living coral, which seemed to adapt to accommodate the ship. When the crew finally stepped onto dry land, they discovered that the ground beneath their feet was a mixture of polished marble and fossilized coral, with spiral patterns that resembled ocean waves. Sinbad noticed that the amulet now pulsed in sync with the lights emanating from the city's structures. Omar approached one of the crystalline walls, his eyes wide with amazement. These inscriptions predate any known civilization, he said, tracing the symbols with his fingers. A melodious sound filled the air, and from the mist a figure appeared that made everyone stop in their places. She was an ethereal-looking woman. Her skin had a bluish glow, similar to that of deep waters, and her hair floated like seaweed even without wind. "Welcome to Zephyria," she said, her voice carrying the same musical tone they had heard at sea. "I am Nerissa, keeper of the records." Nerissa approached Sinbad, her eyes fixed on the amulet. "Amara kept her promise," she said with an enigmatic smile. "You carry not only the seal, but also the memories of 7 journeys that prepared you for this moment." The revelation hit Sinbad like a wave. His previous journeys, Pasaro Roca, the Valle dos Diamantes, each extraordinary adventure, had not been mere flukes of fate. "You mean all my travels?" "They were tests," added Nerissa, "landmarks on a path set millennia ago. Zephyria is not just a city, Sinbad. It is a nexus, a point of convergence where the currents of time and destiny meet." The crew was led through streets paved with stones that emitted a soft light. Around every corner, they found wonders that defied comprehension: fountains that flowed upward, hanging gardens where land and sea plants grew side by side, and structures that seemed to change shape when looked at for too long. Hassan, always the most pragmatic of the group, could not contain his curiosity. "How can an entire city appear and disappear?" he asked Nerissa. "Zephyria exists in a state of constant flux between dimensions," she explained. "What you see is but a glimpse of its true nature. Every 100 years, when the currents of time align correctly, the city manifests fully into its plane of existence." As they walked, Sinbad began to notice familiar elements, architectural details he had seen in ruins during his previous travels, symbols that resembled those he had found in lost temples, and technologies that resembled mysterious artifacts he had discovered. Omar, who had remained silent for some time, finally spoke. "The ancient texts mention a great archive, a place where all knowledge of the seas is preserved." Nerissa nodded, her face lighting up. "The archive is our greatest treasure, and it is there that you will find the answers you seek. But I must warn you, the knowledge it contains may forever alter your understanding of not only your adventures, Sinbad, but the nature of reality itself." The atmosphere thickened with his words, and even the normally talkative twins, Malik and Salim, remained in contemplative silence. Sinbad felt the amulet pulse stronger, as if responding to the proximity of some ancient and immense power. Up ahead, a monumental structure began to materialize through the lingering fog, a construct that seemed to be made of solidified light and crystallized knowledge. The grand archive of Zephyria waited, holding secrets that promised to transform everything Sinbad thought he knew about his extraordinary adventures. The grand archives stood before them like a cathedral of light and knowledge. Its crystalline walls reflected and refracted the city's luminescence, creating a kaleidoscope of colors that danced in the air. As they approached the monumental entrance, Sinbad felt the amulet vibrate with even greater intensity, as if it recognized his true home. Nerissa led the group through doors that seemed to be made of frozen water, at the exact moment of a crashing wave. The interior of the archive was even more impressive than its exterior. Endless shelves stretched in all directions, some floating in the air, others submerged in pools of crystal clear water. Volumes, bound in unfamiliar materials, emitted their own glow, and luminous orbs floated through the hallways like living lanterns. Every book, every scroll here, contains not just words, Nerissa explained, but living memories of the sea and all who sailed it. She gestured toward a particularly glowing orb, which gently descended until it hovered between them. This contains the memories of your first journey, Sinbad. Omar approached reverently, his scholarly eyes shining with fascination. It's incredible. I can see patterns in the light currents that resemble the ancient writing of Phoenician sailors. Astute observer, smiled Nerissa. The Phoenicians were some of the few mortals who discovered fragments of the truth about Zephyria. Their navigation codes were based on knowledge gained here. As they advanced deeper into the archive, Hassan noticed something peculiar on the walls. Those symbols seemed to move. Indeed, the inscriptions on the walls flowed like water, constantly rearranging themselves into new patterns and meanings. The archive is alive, Nerissa explained. It responds to the thoughts and memories of those who visit it. Observe. She lightly touched one of the walls, and immediately images began to form on the crystalline surface. Scenes from Sinbad's 7 voyages, but from perspectives he had never seen before. See, Captain, exclaimed Karim, pointing to one of the images. It's the rockbird, but there's something different. The gigantic creature that Sinbad had encountered on his second trip appeared in the images, but now he could clearly see that its form concealed patterns of ancient energy, as if it were a guardian deliberately placed in his path. The twins, Malik and Salim, watched, fascinated. Another sequence of images that showed the Valley of Diamonds. The serpents that carried the precious stones, muttered Malik. They were not normal. No, Nerissa confirmed. They were manifestations of the guardians of Zephyria, testing your courage and intelligence, Sinbad. Every extraordinary creature you encountered, every mystical sight you discovered, was part of a greater plan. Sinbad felt the weight of this revelation. His adventures, which always seemed to be the result of chance and bad luck, had been carefully orchestrated. Why? He asked. Why me? Nerissa led them to a circular chamber in the heart of the archive. In the center, a column of water rose from floor to ceiling, containing within it a pulsating light that resembled a beating heart. Because you carry within you something rare, Sinbad, the ability to see beyond the veil of ordinary reality and accept the extraordinary without losing your humanity. The amulet around his neck began to pulse in sync with the light from his spine. Images began to form in the water, ancient civilizations that had flourished and disappeared, secrets hidden in the depths of the ocean, and a growing threat that few could perceive. The seas are changing, Nerissa said, her voice thick with concern. Ancient forces are awakening, and the balance that Zephyria has maintained for millennia is at risk. We needed someone who could navigate between worlds, someone who could understand and accept the true nature of the waters. Omar, who had been studying the inscriptions in the chamber, suddenly turned pale. These texts speak of a time when the seas will rise, when the barriers between the kingdoms will begin to crumble, and that time is coming, Nerissa confirmed. That's why Zephyria revealed herself now, why Amara was sent to find him. Your 7 journeys were more than adventures, Sinbad. They were preparation for a much greater mission. The water column began to spin more quickly, and new images formed, visions of impossible storms, ancient creatures emerging from the depths, and coastal cities facing tides that defied nature itself. What can we do? Asked Hassan, his normally steady voice shaking slightly. First, you must fully understand what is at stake, Nerissa replied. She approached the column of water and dipped her hand into it, extracting what appeared to be a book made of jellyfish. This tome contains knowledge that has been kept secret since the beginning of time. Are you ready to receive it, Sinbad? The sailor looked at his small but brave crew, each of them showing in their eyes the same determination he felt. He touched the amulet around his neck, remembering Amara's words and all the clues that had guided him here. I'm ready, he replied, extending his hands to receive the watery book. As his fingers touched the liquid surface, he felt a whirlwind of knowledge begin to flow into his mind, like a tide that was impossible to contain. The knowledge contained in the watery book flowed through Sinbad like an uncontrollable torrent. Images, sensations, and ancestral memories filled his mind at breakneck speed. His hands shook as they held the liquid tome, which pulsed with its own light, synchronized with the beat of his heart. Omar approached cautiously, his eyes wide with a fascination. As he watched his captain absorb the forbidden knowledge, the twins Malik and Salim stood guard, instinctively forming a protective circle around Sinbad. Hassan and Karim watched with a mixture of concern and admiration. What do you see, Captain? Karim whispered, noticing how Sinbad's eyes had taken on a watery glow, reflecting the same iridescent colors that permeated Zephyria's. I see everything, Sinbad replied, his distant voice like the echo in an underwater cave. The beginning of the seas, the birth of the first creatures, the rise and fall of civilizations that the world forgot. Nerissa nodded in approval. The Book of Tides, as we call it, contains the complete history of the oceans. But more importantly, it reveals the crucial role they play in balancing the world. Through his newfound knowledge, Sinbad began to understand the true nature of his previous adventures. The rockbird was not just a gigantic creature, but an ancient guardian of the winds and sea currents. The Valley of Diamonds was a dormant portal to one of the many sunken kingdoms. Every challenge he had faced had been carefully planned to prepare him for this moment. The creatures that are awakening, said Sinbad, still immersed in the visions of the book, are the old ones, beings who have slept in the depths since before the time of men. His words made Omar shudder, recognizing references to these entities in his more obscure texts. Nerissa nodded gravely. For millennia, Zephyria maintained balance, using its energy to keep the old ones in their deep sleep. But something has changed. The barriers between the worlds are weakening, and our power is diminishing. Hassan, ever practical, intervened. And how can we help? We are just 6 men on a small ship. Ah, but you are much more than that, smiled Narissa. Each of you was chosen for a reason. Hassan, your ability to navigate the impossible. Karim, your courage in the face of the unknown. Malik and Salim, your harmony with the currents of life. Omar, your understanding of ancient mysteries. The Book of Tides continued to reveal its secrets to Sinbad. He saw patterns in ocean currents that formed a living web of energy, connecting points of power around the world. Zephyria was just one of those points, although it was the most important. The other power points, muttered Sinbad, need to be reactivated before Zephyria disappears again. Only then can we strengthen the barriers and keep the old ones dormant. Exactly, Narissa confirmed. And you have only 3 days before the city returns to the depths. The knowledge you now possess, Sinbad, will guide you to the correct locations. The amulet around his neck glowed brightly, and Sinbad realized that it was not just a guide, but a key, an instrument capable of channeling and directing the ancient energies that flowed across the oceans. Omar quickly consulted his manuscripts. The texts mention 5 main power points, forming a star over the seas. If Zephyria is the center, we need to reach the other 4 points. And quickly, Karim added, watching through the archive's crystalline walls as the fog enveloping the city seemed to be growing thicker. Time is running out. Narissa led the group to a different circular room, where a living map of the oceans floated in the air, with currents of energy glowing like luminous veins. These are the paths you must follow, she explained, touching specific points on the map that began to pulse more intensely. Sinbad recognized some of the locations. They were places he had visited on his previous travels, but had not understood their true importance at the time. The first point is at the underwater ruins I found during my 3rd trip, he noted. Yes, but now you will have to go deeper, said Narissa. The true sanctuary is hidden beneath the ruins you once knew. Hassan studied the currents marked on the map with professional attention. With favorable winds, and using these old currents, we can reach the first point in less than a day. The twins Malik and Salim were already checking their equipment, preparing for what would certainly be a dangerous mission. Karim sharpened his sword in silence, his eyes never leaving the unsettling images that the map showed in the vicinity of the power points. Before you leave, said Narissa, there is something else you need to know. She approached Sinbad and lightly touched the Book of Tides, which still floated between his hands. The knowledge you now possess is both a blessing and a burden. The more you use it, the more deeply connected you will become to the ancient forces of the oceans. And is this dangerous? Omar asked, worried. Maybe, she replied. Many, before you have been consumed by this power, becoming part of the sea itself, you must maintain your humanity, Sinbad, no matter what. The weight of this revelation sat upon the group like a heavy anchor. Sinbad looked at his crew, not just fellow travelers, but loyal friends who had chosen to follow him on this impossible journey. We have no choice, he said finally. If we fail, the ancients will awaken, and the world as we know it will cease to exist. Narissa led them back to the dock where destiny waited. The ship looked different now, its hull shining with a pearly sheen that suggested Zephyria had left her mark on it as well. "The guardians will accompany you to the first point," she said. "After that, knowledge of the Book of Tides and the amulet will be your only guides." As the crew prepared to leave, Sinbad observed the mythical city through the fog that seemed to be getting thicker and thicker. In 3 days, Zephyria would disappear into the depths again, and with her, any hope of preventing the awakening of the ancients. Time was running out, and Sinbad's greatest adventure was just beginning. With fate cutting through the mysterious waters, Sinbad and his crew departed Zephyria, guided by luminescent sea serpents. Knowledge from the Book of Tides pulsed through Sinbad's mind like a second consciousness, revealing patterns in the waves and currents that had previously been invisible to him. Hassan constantly adjusted course, following not only the stars but also the lines of energy that were now visible. Thanks to ancient knowledge, the twins Malik and Salim maintained constant vigilance, while Karim and Omar studied the mystical maps Narissa had provided them. "The currents are shifting," Hassan warned, his hands steady on the tiller. "Something deep within is moving." The amulet around Sinbad's neck pulsed in response, emitting a bluish glow that intensified with each passing moment. Omar consulted his texts urgently. The manuscripts mention that the awakening of the ancients would be preceded by disturbances in natural currents. "We are running out of time." As they approached the first power point, the sea began to exhibit strange behaviors. Waters moved in impossible spirals, and sea creatures never seen before fled in panic from something in the depths. "There!" shouted Karim, pointing to a partially submerged rock formation. The ruins that Sinbad had discovered on his third voyage had emerged from the mist, but now he saw them with new eyes. What previously seemed like simple ancient structures were revealed to be part of a complex system of energy channels. "We must dive," declared Sinbad, feeling the call of the depths through knowledge of the Book of Tides. "Hassan, keep the ship in position. Malik and Salim, prepare the ropes. Omar, continue monitoring the signals. Karim, you're coming with me." As they prepared for the dive, Sinbad felt a change within himself. The ancient knowledge flowed stronger, and for a moment his perceptions expanded, allowing him to see the currents of energy that permeated the ocean like luminous webs. With the amulet guiding the way, Sinbad and Karim dove into the dark waters. As they descended, the ruins revealed new secrets. Ancient symbols glowed with their own light, and previously invisible corridors materialized before them. In the heart of the ruins, they found a circular chamber similar to the one they had seen in Zephyria. In the center, a black crystal pillar rose from the ground, its surface covered in inscriptions that seemed to move like water. Sinbad swam to the pillar, the amulet pulsing stronger and stronger. Through knowledge of the Book of Tides, he understood what he needed to do. He positioned the amulet against the crystal and channeled the ancient energy that now flowed through it. A tremor shook the ruins, and lines of light began to spread across the pillar. Above them, on the surface, Omar watched in wonder as luminous patterns formed in the water, expanding in all directions. But the activation of the first power point did not go unnoticed. From the depths beyond the ruins, something immense moved. Sinbad felt it before he saw it. An ancient and powerful presence, partially awakened from its age-old slumber. "Captain," Kareem's voice sounded muffled by the water, but the terror was evident. A colossal form emerged from the darkness, a creature that seemed made of shadows and ancient nightmares. Sinbad recognized the entity through ancient knowledge, one of the corrupted guardians, transformed by the influence of the old ones. The creature charged at them, but the amulet glowed with renewed intensity, creating a barrier of light between them and the monster. On the surface, destiny was tossed by increasingly violent waves. Hassan struggled to keep the ship stable, while the twins prepared to rescue their shipmates. Omar recited ancient incantations, trying to strengthen the protection around the vessel. Sinbad felt the power of the sea flowing through him in full force. For a moment, he feared that Narissa was right. The power threatened to consume him, to transform him into something beyond human. But the faces of his crew, his loyal friends, kept him anchored to his humanity. With a gesture, he channeled energy through the amulet, not to attack the creature, but to purify it. The corrupted guardian twitched as the light hit him, and gradually his form began to change, returning to a more natural state. When they finally emerged to the surface, pulled by ropes thrown by the twins, the sea had calmed down. The first power point was active, its energies flowing in harmony with Zephyria. 3 points left, panted Kareem, still shaking from the experience. And less than 2 days to reach them. Sinbad consulted the knowledge of the Book of Tides, seeking the path to the next point. The energy currents now visible showed a route that would take them through even more dangerous waters. "The next point is beyond the storm gate," he announced, recognizing the location of one of his old adventures. "And I suspect we'll encounter more corrupted guardians along the way." Hassan adjusted course without hesitation, trusting his captain's guidance. The twins checked the diving equipment, while Omar studied his texts, seeking more information about the guardians and how they could be purified. As fate sailed towards its next challenge, Sinbad gazed at the horizon. Ancient knowledge showed him so much more now. He could see the growing fissures in reality, the places where the old ones pressed against the barriers of the world. The race against time continued, and each moment brought them closer to both success and disaster. But Sinbad had learned on his 7 previous journeys that the impossible became possible with courage, determination, and above all, trust in his companions. The sun was beginning to set, dyeing the sky with surreal colors that resembled the waters of Zephyria. Ahead, dark clouds were gathering, marking the beginning of the storm gate. Sinbad's greatest adventure was far from over, but now he understood that every challenge in his life had prepared him for this pivotal moment. The city lights twinkled like fallen stars through the night fog as Arya watched from the top of a skyscraper. Her long silver hair danced in the wind, and her unearthly green eyes reflected centuries of experience, carrying the burden of being a banshee. For millennia, her sisters and she had served as messengers of death, a role she never questioned until that night. The cell phone in her pocket vibrated, a modernization that still made her smile wryly. How had an ancient mystical creature adapted so well to the digital age? The message was clear. Marcus Sullivan, 28 years old, Terminal 4 of the International Airport, expected to die at 11:47 p.m. It was his duty to show up, let his lament echo through the halls, and watch as yet another life was extinguished. But something was different this time. Maybe it was the years of watching humanity evolve. Or maybe it was the tiredness of being forever associated with tragedy. Arya couldn't stop thinking about all the lives she'd seen erased, all the screams of pain and despair she'd witnessed. He descended from the building like a shadow, his feet barely touching the ground as he moved among the night passers-by. No one noticed her. It was one of the advantages of her condition. He could walk among the living like a ghost, invisible until the moment his scream needed to be heard. At the airport, he found Marcus easily. He was sitting alone in one of the chairs in the waiting area, working on his laptop. He looked young and full of life, completely oblivious to the fate that awaited him in less than an hour. Arya approached silently, studying him. He was an attractive man, with kind eyes and an easy smile as he exchanged messages with someone. His phone vibrated again. This time, it was a warning. Interference prohibited. Remain within protocol. It was the Order of Banshees, the ancient guardians of the laws that governed their existence. They always knew when one of their sisters started to question her role. Marcus got up to buy a coffee, and Arya followed him. In line at the coffee shop, he was chatting animatedly with the barista about his upcoming trip to visit his younger sister, who had just had her first child. He would be an uncle for the first time, and his eyes sparkled as he talked about the gifts he had bought for the baby. It was at that moment that Arya felt something break inside her. How could I simply watch as death stole yet another precious moment of human connection? His hands shook as another warning arrived on his phone. Last warning, stay on protocol. The minutes passed, and Arya felt the weight of centuries of tradition pressing down on her shoulders. He saw Marcus finishing his coffee, checking the time, preparing to head to the boarding gate. 23:30. The moment was approaching. That's when he noticed the small detail that would seal Marcus's fate, his untied shoelace. Within 15 minutes, he would trip next to the escalator, hit his head at a specific angle against the metal railing, and that would be it. A banal accident, like so many others I had witnessed. Arya felt her chest tighten. For the first time in his eternal existence, he didn't want to scream. I didn't want to be the messenger of death. I wanted to be something different, something more. 23:40, 7 minutes until the fatal moment. Marcus put his laptop in his backpack and started walking towards his destination. Arya could feel the pressure of the Order of Banshees, the weight of millennia of tradition, the responsibility of maintaining balance between the worlds. But she also felt something new growing inside her. Rebellion, questioning, the need to do things differently. Why should they just be messengers? Why couldn't they interfere, change, save? 23:45, 2 minutes. Marcus was approaching the escalator. Arya could see the future unfolding like a movie in her mind. The stumble, the fall, the fatal impact. His throat began to tingle, preparing for the scream that would announce yet another death. It was then that she did something no banshee had done in thousands of years. She became visible. Your shoelace is untied, he said softly, his melodious voice carrying a tone of urgency that made Marcus stop instantly. Time seemed to freeze. Marcus looked down, smiled gratefully, and bent down to tie his shoelaces. The fatal moment passed. Destiny was changed, and Arya felt the world tremble slightly beneath her feet. At the same moment, he felt the presence of his banshee's sisters manifesting themselves around him, invisible but furious. The air became thick with her disapproval, and Arya knew she had crossed a line from which there was no return. He had defied the oldest laws of his species, and the consequences would be severe. Marcus continued on his way, alive and oblivious to the supernatural drama unfolding around him. Arya stood still, watching him walk away, feeling the weight of her decision and the ripples of change it had unleashed into the fabric of reality. His phone vibrated one last time. The message was different now. Council convened. Your presence is requested. Arya put the device away, knowing she had started something much bigger than simple disobedience. A revolution had begun in the very concept of destiny and free will. As the airport continued its nightly routine, Arya contemplated the path she had chosen. It wouldn't be easy, but for the first time in his long existence, he felt like he was doing something truly meaningful. The world would change, and she would be the catalyst for that change. Arya felt the air around her grow thicker as she walked through the ancient halls of the Council of Banshees, an ethereal place hidden between dimensions. The black marble walls seemed to pulse with ancient energy, and his sister's whispers echoed like a dark symphony. Her decision to save Marcus had triggered exactly the reaction she had expected: outrage and indignation among the ancients. The great council hall opened before her, an imposing circular chamber where 12 ancient banshees, the oldest of their kind, waited on obsidian thrones. His eyes glowed with unearthly colors, and his silver hair floated as if submerged in water. Arya, the voice of Morgana, the leader of the council, reverberated through the hall. You broke our most sacred code. You interfered with the natural course of death. Do you realize the gravity of your actions? Standing firm, Arya faced the accusing gazes. I am fully aware, Elder Morgana, but I question, why should we just be passive observers? The world has changed. Humanity has evolved. Why do we remain stagnant? A murmur of disapproval ran through the room. Shoban, another elder known for her strictness, stood up. Our role is to maintain balance. Each life has its own time. By saving this mortal, you may have triggered consequences that you cannot even imagine. Or perhaps it opened our eyes to possibilities we refused to see. A soft voice spoke up. It was Lyra, the youngest of the elders, known for her progressive views. For centuries, I have watched as we have become mere spectators of tragedy. Perhaps Arya is showing us a new path. The debate heated up in the hall. Some banshees defended tradition fervently, while others, especially younger ones, showed curiosity about the possibilities for change. Arya remained silent, watching as her small rebellion had torn the council in half. Silence, Morgana ordered, her voice carrying the weight of millennia. Arya, do you understand that your actions have consequences? The death you prevented needs to be balanced. The universe demands balance. It was then that Arya felt it. a disturbance in the web of destiny. His phone buzzed with a new notification. Imbalance detected. Multiple deaths imminent. Location: Central Hospital. His heart froze as he realized the implications. See what you did? Siobhan accused. By saving one life, he condemned others. Death always takes its toll. Arya did not wait for the trial to continue. He materialized instantly at the Central Hospital, where chaos ensued. A fire had started in the emergency ward, and panic spread through the corridors. He could feel death approaching multiple lives simultaneously. As she moved through the hospital, invisible among doctors and panicked patients, Arya noticed something different. Other banshees were beginning to appear. They were his younger sisters, the ones who had shown sympathy for his cause in the council. They had also decided to break the rules. "We can't let this happen," said Fiona, a red-haired banshee who had always secretly admired Arya's courage. "If we are going to change, let it be now." Together, they began to act. They became visible momentarily to guide people to emergency exits, whispered life-saving warnings, moved objects to create escape paths. Every little interference was an affront to the old laws, but also an affirmation of a new purpose. The air was thick with smoke and screams when Arya found a nurse trying to evacuate the pediatric ward. Without hesitation, he made himself visible and helped carry children to safety. In the process, he saw his reflection in a window. His eyes, once green, now glowed with a golden hue, a physical change that reflected his inner transformation. The council elders appeared at the hospital, their imposing presences filled with fury and disapproval. But something unexpected happened. Upon seeing their younger sisters actively saving lives, some of them hesitated. Lyra was the first to join the rescue effort, followed by others who began to question centuries of tradition. When the last person was removed from the burning hospital, Arya found herself face to face with Morgana again. The old woman watched her with a complex expression, mixing disapproval and a hint of reluctant admiration. "You started something that cannot be undone," Morgana declared. "The balance between life and death, which we have maintained for millennia, is changing." Arya nodded, feeling the weight and release of her actions. "Maybe it's time for us to evolve, to be more than messengers of death. We can be guardians of balance in a different way." A group of her sisters gathered around her, both young and old, united by the transformative experience of that night. The old world of the banshees was changing, and there was no turning back. The question now was, where would they go from there? As fire engine sirens echoed in the distance and smoke cleared into the night sky, Arya looked at her sisters and saw not only allies in their rebellion, but partners in a new journey. Destiny and free will had become intertwined in a unique way, and they were at the center of this transformation. The consequences of Arya's rebellion spread like ripples on a still lake, affecting not only the world of banshees, but also the delicate balance between life and death. In the days following the hospital incident, a new system began to emerge, with banshees young and old working together to redefine their role in the modern world. Arya walked through the halls of the Isha's new transition center, a space created between dimensions where banshees now gathered to discuss specific cases. The place blended the council's ancient architecture with contemporary elements. Holographic screens displayed information about future events, while ancient tapestries told the story of their species. "We have a complex situation," announced Lyra, now coordinator of the new selective intervention program. "A train accident is predicted for tomorrow. 57 lives at risk." Arya studied the holographic projections that showed multiple possible scenarios. Her sisters had discovered that by intervening strategically, they could minimize losses without causing catastrophic imbalances like the hospital incident. "The challenge will be to maintain balance," pondered Fiona, who had become one of the group's main strategists. "We can't save everyone, but we can reduce the impact." As they discussed the possibilities, Arya noticed a familiar presence. Marcus Sullivan, the man she had saved at the airport, appeared on one of the screens. Her act of saving him had created a sort of invisible connection, allowing her to monitor him occasionally. He was on the train destined for the accident. "That's interesting," observed Morgana, who had accepted an advisory role in the new order. "The man who started all this change is once again at the center of a critical event. Maybe it's no coincidence." Arya felt a tightness in her chest. There was something bigger at work, a web of interconnected destinies that she was just beginning to understand. "We need a new approach," he declared. "We can't just choose who lives or dies. We need to understand the larger pattern." Using a combination of modern technology and ancient banshee magic, they began to map the connections between the train's passengers. Marcus, they discovered, was traveling with a group of medical researchers on their way to an important conference. Their research could save thousands of lives in the future. "Look at this." Lyra pointed to a series of golden lines that connected different points in the projection. "Each life on the train is linked to dozens of others. It's like a web of possibilities." The younger banshees began to propose different intervention strategies, while the older banshees contributed their centuries-old wisdom about the patterns of death. It was a unique fusion of innovation and tradition that had never been attempted before. "We can use our visibility selectively," Fiona suggested. "Only show up to key people who can make a difference." Arya agreed, but something still bothered her. He approached one of the screens, studying Marcus's face. Since saving him, he had noticed subtle changes in his own nature. His golden eyes weren't the only transformation. He was developing a deeper understanding of the connections between human lives. "There's something we're not seeing," he murmured, touching the holographic image. The instant his fingers met the light, a wave of energy swept through the room. The projections shook, and for a moment, all the banshees present saw something extraordinary. A complete web of fates, not just of the train's passengers, but of all the lives connected to them. "Impressive," Morgana whispered, her ancient eyes widening at the revelation. "Our abilities are evolving. We are no longer just messengers of death. We are becoming guardians of the very fabric of destiny." The discovery brought a new perspective to his mission. It wasn't just about saving lives or maintaining balance. It was about understanding and guiding the natural flow of events in a more harmonious way. With this new understanding, they developed a plan for the train accident. Rather than trying to prevent the tragedy altogether, they would work to redirect it in a way that preserves the most crucial connections and minimizes the impact on the webs of fate. We need to split into groups. Arya organized the teams. Some of us will appear as regular passengers, others will work behind the scenes. We need to be subtle, but effective. As they prepared for the intervention, Arya couldn't help but think about how her impulsive decision to save a single life had triggered such a profound transformation in her species. The banshees were becoming something new, something that combined their old purpose with a deeper understanding of the complexity of life. Are you ready? Lyra asked, placing a hand on her shoulder. Tomorrow will be a crucial test of our new path. Arya nodded, watching her sisters prepare, each of them carrying a unique blend of determination and hope. We are writing a new chapter in our history, he replied. And this time, we won't just be observers. The night wore on as they refined their plans, each banshee contributing their unique abilities to the mission that awaited them. The fate of the train and its passengers was in their hands, but they now understood that it wasn't about simply avoiding death. It was about finding the perfect balance between destiny and possibility. The morning of the predicted accident arrived with palpable tension in the air. Strategically spread throughout the train, the banshees occupied different positions, some visible as ordinary passengers, others invisible, monitoring every detail. Arya watched Marcus through the carriage window, sitting a few rows away, engrossed in his laptop as he reviewed his presentation for the medical conference. The plan they had developed was complex and required perfect synchronization. Each banshee had a specific role, and Arya coordinated everything through a newly discovered telepathic connection. Yet another of the transformations her species had been experiencing since the initial rebellion. First phase underway, Fiona communicated mentally, disguised as a railway employee. She had managed to make subtle changes to the train's control system, gradually reducing its speed in a way that not even the operators themselves would notice. Lyra, in turn, was positioned a few kilometers ahead, where the accident was expected to happen. Their task was to manipulate environmental elements that could minimize the impact of the inevitable collision. The ancients had taught that some deaths could not be completely avoided without causing greater imbalances. The art was in shaping them in such a way as to preserve as many vital connections as possible. As the train moved forward, Arya felt more and more clearly the web of destinies that connected the passengers. It was like a visual symphony of intertwining golden lines, each representing possibilities and potential futures. Marcus, in particular, shined as a crucial node in this web. His research into cell regeneration was destined to save countless lives. Anomaly detected. Morgana's voice echoed in everyone's minds. The Ancient One was monitoring the currents of fate from an ethereal vantage point. The pattern is changing in unexpected ways. Arya felt it before she saw it. A new line of possibility forming, bright and insistent. A small child, no more than 5 years old, had just entered the carriage with his mother. The girl was carrying a small stuffed bear, and for some reason, its presence drastically altered all the calculations they had made. She shouldn't be here, Lyra whispered through the connection. This child, she has a different destiny. Important. The banshees began to quickly recalculate their positions and strategies. The girl's presence had introduced a variable that made his original plan dangerously unstable. Arya watched as the lines of fate twisted and rearranged themselves, forming new patterns that demanded an immediate response. We have to adapt, Arya decided, her mental voice carrying authority. Fiona, redirect more power to the braking system. Lyra, I need you to strengthen the protective barriers on the third car. Time seemed to move differently as they worked, each banshee adjusting their part of the plan in real time. The former rigidity of their rules had given way to a flexibility that allowed them to respond to changing fates with grace and precision. It was then that Arya noticed something extraordinary. Marcus had made eye contact with the teddy bear girl and was smiling gently at her. At that moment, a new golden connection formed between them, so bright it almost dazzled. The revelation hit Arya like a bolt of lightning. It wasn't just about saving individual lives. It was about protecting the moments that created those crucial connections. The point of impact is approaching, Morgana warned. 40 seconds. Arya stood up, moving determinedly down the hallway. He was momentarily visible to whisper a warning to the train driver, who instinctively applied the emergency brakes. At the same time, other banshees worked together, subtly guiding passengers to safer positions through small suggestions and seemingly natural coincidences. 10 seconds. Morgana's countdown echoed in their minds. The impact, when it came, was significantly smaller than originally predicted. The train shook violently. Windows shattered and screams filled the carriages. But total catastrophe had been averted. The banshees watched, some visible as passengers or employees helping with relief, others invisible, ensuring that the most important connections were preserved. Marcus, who had instinctively protected the girl from the teddy bear during the impact, now helped her and her mother safely off the train. Arya watched with satisfaction as that simple action further strengthened the golden connection between them, a connection that she now realized would have ramifications for decades to come. The balance has been maintained, Morgana declared, her voice carrying a mixture of relief and admiration, and in a way we never imagined possible. As rescue teams arrived at the scene, the banshees gathered invisibly to assess the results. There were losses. Some were inevitable, but the number of lives preserved and, more importantly, the number of crucial connections maintained exceeded their most optimistic expectations. This is just the beginning, Lyra reflected, watching as the lines of fate continued to adjust and evolve around them. We are learning to work with destiny, not just observe it. Arya nodded, her golden eyes fixed on Marcus, who was now talking to paramedics, still holding the little girl's hand while her mother received care. That unexpected connection between them was living proof that destiny was more flexible and richer in possibilities than the banshees had ever imagined. The sun was beginning to set when the last victims were removed from the crash site. The banshees prepared to leave, each carrying with them new understandings of their role in the great fabric of existence. They were no longer just messengers of death, nor simply saviors of lives. They had become something more complex and deeper, guardians of the connections that gave meaning to life itself. The weeks following the train incident brought profound changes to the world of the banshees. The transition center had transformed into a vibrant place of activity, where old traditions merged harmoniously with new discoveries. Arya, watching her sister's constant movement through the hallways, realized that her little rebellion had grown into something much bigger than she had ever imagined. On a particularly busy morning, Lyra arrived with intriguing news. The little girl on the train, who they discovered was called Sophie, had developed a unique sensitivity. She could see the banshees even when they were invisible. More than that, she seemed to instinctively understand the golden connections that bound people together. It's like she's a bridge between our worlds, Lyra explained, projecting holographic images that showed Sophie interacting with the Fate, lines in a similar way to the banshees. And it's not the only one. We're finding more humans with similar abilities. Arya wasn't entirely surprised. Since they began to interfere more actively in the fabric of destiny, they had noticed subtle changes in human consciousness. Marcus, for example, although he could not see the banshees clearly, had developed an extraordinary intuition for critical moments. The veil between our worlds is becoming thinner, observed Morgana, who had become a respected mentor in the New Order. Maybe it's a natural part of evolution, both theirs and ours. The Transition Center now housed a new wing dedicated to the study of these emerging connections. Younger banshees worked side by side with the older ones, developing ways to train and guide sentient humans like Sophie. It was delicate work that required a perfect balance between revelation and protection. During one of these study sessions, Arya received an alert on her phone, a different notification than the old impending death messages. It was a complex pattern of connections forming, centered on a local hospital. Interestingly, both Marcus and Sophie were involved. We need to look into this, Arya decided, gathering a small team that included Fiona and Lyra. Upon arriving at the hospital, they found an extraordinary scene. Marcus was presenting the results of his research into cell regeneration, and Sophie, who was there for a routine checkup, had inexplicably wandered into the conference room. The golden lines of fate danced around them with an intensity Arya had never witnessed. Marcus's research, unconsciously influenced by his experience on the train, had taken an unexpected direction. He was developing a treatment that combined conventional medicine with an almost intuitive understanding of the human body. It's like he's tapped into something bigger, Fiona whispered, watching the connections intertwine. Something that has always been there, but that we are only now beginning to understand. Sophie, sitting quietly in the back of the room, drew patterns in her notebook that strikingly resembled the webs of fate that the banshees could see. Her stuffed bear, the same one from the day of the accident, rested on her lap like a kind of anchor between worlds. It was at that moment that Arya fully understood the impact of her initial decision to save Marcus. It hadn't just been about saving a life. It had been about initiating a fundamental transformation in the way worlds interacted. The banshees were no longer just observers or interveners. They were facilitators of natural evolution. We need to expand the center, declared Arya during an emergency council meeting. It's no longer just about managing death or saving lives. It's about nurturing these new connections, this growing understanding between worlds. The elders, who had previously resisted the change, were now its most ardent supporters. They saw how the ancient wisdom of the banshees could be applied in new ways, how they could help humanity develop a deeper understanding of life, death, and the infinite possibilities in between. The work was challenging and often unpredictable. Each new connection that was formed, each human that developed special sensitivities, brought with it unique questions that needed to be carefully considered. But the banshees had learned to embrace uncertainty, to see change as opportunities for growth. On a quiet afternoon, Arya found Sophie in the hospital garden, where the girl often went after her therapy sessions. She was drawing again, and her drawings showed a surprising understanding of the connections that tied all things together. You see them too, don't you? Sophie asked, without looking up from her drawing. The golden lines that connect people. Arya smiled, sitting down next to her. Yes, I see. And you're helping other people see it too, in your own way. The transformation that had begun with an act of rebellion was now blossoming into something much greater. The banshees had found a new purpose, not abandoning their ancestral role, but expanding it to encompass a deeper understanding of life and its infinite possibilities. The sun was setting on the horizon, painting the sky with shades of gold that resembled the lines of destiny. Arya watched as Marcus walked out of the hospital after another day of research, as Sophie waved to him with her stuffed bear, as the connections between them sparkled with endless possibilities. The world was changing, and the banshees were changing with it, guiding and being guided by a new understanding of the balance between destiny and free will. It was the beginning of a new era, not just for the banshees, but for all beings that inhabited the different planes of existence. And Arya, watching all this unfold, knew her journey was just beginning. The sun was slowly setting over the small coastal town of Shimanami, painting the sky with orange hues that were reflected in the calm waters of the Mizugawa River. Yuki Tanaka, a 12-year-old girl with black hair in a messy ponytail, sat by the river, throwing pebbles into the water as she watched the last fishermen gather their nets. Her grandfather, Kenji, always said that this was the most dangerous time of the day, when the creatures of the river began to awaken. Yuki-chan, her mother's voice echoed from the traditional wooden house at the top of the hill. It's getting late. But Yuki didn't want to go back. Ever since her grandfather had fallen ill 3 months ago, she had spent more and more time by the river, as if the waters could whisper the cure that the doctors couldn't find. The hospital in the big city had given her a discouraging diagnosis, a rare blood disease with no known treatment. The girl sighed, picking up another smooth pebble. Before throwing it, she noticed something strange in the water, a greenish glow that didn't seem natural. For a moment, she thought she saw a face watching her from the depths, but convinced herself that it was just a reflection of the setting sun in the water. In the village, everyone knew the stories about the kappa. Yuki's grandfather was especially well versed in them, having devoted much of his life to studying the local legends. In his stories, the kappa was not the bloodthirsty monster that some described, but a complex creature, capable of great wisdom and generosity, as long as it was treated with due respect. If you ever meet a kappa, his grandfather always said, remember to bow deeply. He won't be able to help but reciprocate, and when he does, the water from his head will spill out. Without it, he loses his strength and becomes vulnerable. That evening, during dinner, Yuki barely touched his rice. His mother, Sakura, a woman with a gentle but tired expression, tried to keep up a cheerful conversation, but his grandfather's absence at the table was painfully noticeable. "Tomorrow we'll visit him in hospital," said Sakura, pouring more tea. "The doctor said he's a bit more cheerful today." Yuki nodded silently, thinking of the face she had believed she saw. In the river, an idea began to form in her mind, one that her mother would certainly not approve of. After everyone had gone to bed, Yuki stayed awake, planning. Her grandfather's stories about the Kappa's medicinal knowledge echoed in her mind. If the doctors couldn't help, maybe there was another solution. The next morning, before the sun had even risen, Yuki quietly slipped out of the house. In her backpack, she carried a special offering: 3 fresh cucumbers bought with her savings at the market the day before. She also carried a small notebook in which she had carefully written down everything her grandfather had ever told her about the Kappas. The river was different in the early hours of the morning, shrouded in a low mist that gave the place an almost magical atmosphere. Yuki walked to her usual spot, but this time, instead of simply sitting down, she began to organize her offering. She laid out the cucumbers on a small white towel she had brought from home, arranging them carefully. Then he knelt down and began to recite the words his grandfather had taught him, an ancient Japanese prayer that, according to him, was especially appreciated by the creatures of the river. Time passed slowly. The sun began to rise over the horizon, dispelling the mist. Yuki remained motionless, determined. Her legs were beginning to ache from the position, but she refused to move. Then she heard a gentle sound of moving water, different from the natural flow of the river. Her heart raced as she saw bubbles rising to the surface, just a few meters from where she stood. The water began to swirl in a small eddy, and then a greenish head emerged from the water, large, curious eyes fixed on it. The Kappa was exactly as her grandfather had described, the size of a child, with a beak like a turtle's, and a cavity at the top of its head, filled with water that reflected the morning light. Yuki felt her initial fear give way to determination. He remembered his grandfather's teachings, and, keeping his eyes lowered in a sign of respect, bowed deeply. As expected, the Kappa couldn't help but return the courtesy, and Yuki heard the sound of falling water as he bowed. But she didn't try to take advantage of his momentary weakness. That would be disrespectful and could ruin everything. When she raised her head again, the Kappa was watching her with an expression that seemed to mix surprise and approval. His eyes moved to the cucumbers laid out on the towel, and a small smile formed on his beak. "Honorable Kappa-sama," Yuki began, her voice trembling slightly. "I've come to ask for your help. My grandfather is very ill, and the doctors don't know how to cure him. He always spoke of your great wisdom and medicinal knowledge." The Kappa tilted his head, listening intently. His eyes, Yuki noticed, were much kinder than she had imagined, although there was an ancient wisdom in them that made her feel very young and small. Thus began a journey that would change not only Yuki's life, but that of her entire family. What she didn't yet know was that the price of the Kappa's help would be more complex than simple offerings of cucumbers, and that her own courage and compassion would be tested in ways she had never imagined. In the days following his meeting with the Kappa, Yuki established a peculiar routine. Every morning, before sunrise, she would discreetly leave her house and walk down to the Mizugawa River, always carrying a fresh cucumber as an offering. The Kappa, who she now knew was called Mizuki, would appear punctually, emerging from the waters with his characteristic aquatic grace. During these early morning visits, Mizuki began to teach Yuki about the healing properties of the plants that grew on the banks of the river. With nimble, green fingers, he showed Yuki which leaves to pick, how to identify the most potent shoots, and the correct way to prepare infusions. Yuki meticulously wrote everything down in her notebook, determined not to miss any detail that might help her grandfather. "Plants talk to us," explained Mizuki in her soft, melodious voice, which resembled the sound of running water. But few humans still know how to listen. One particularly important morning, Mizuki revealed something that made Yuki's heart leap. There was a rare plant with extraordinary properties that could help her grandfather. The problem was that it only grew in one specific place, a small island in the middle of the deepest lake in the region, 3 days' walk from the village. "It's not an easy journey," warned Mizuki, her eyes reflecting genuine concern. "And the plant only blooms during the full moon, which will be in 5 days. Yuki felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. She would have to find a way to make this journey without her mother finding out. In addition, there were the dangers along the way. The lake was known for its treacherous waters and not always friendly creatures. At home, Sakura began to notice subtle changes in her daughter. Yuki was quieter, more thoughtful, and I often caught her consulting old maps of the region that belonged to her grandfather. One afternoon, while Yuki was absent-mindedly organizing her backpack with supplies, her mother entered the room unannounced. "What are you planning, Yuki-chan?" asked Sakura, her voice a mixture of curiosity and concern. For a moment, Yuki considered telling her everything about Mizuki, about the medicinal plant, about her mission, but she knew that her mother, as understanding as she was, would never allow her to make such a dangerous journey alone. "I'm just organizing a few things, Mom," she replied, trying to sound casual. "Maybe we can have a picnic at the weekend." Sakura didn't look entirely convinced, but she smiled and left the room. That evening, over dinner, she commented on how Yuki was becoming more and more like her grandfather, always curious, always in search of adventure and knowledge. The next morning, Mizuki introduced Yuki to another Kappa, an old man called Takeshi, who knew all the safe routes through the mountains to the lake. With shrewd eyes and a cavity in his head that seemed deeper than Mizuki's, Takeshi drew a detailed map in the damp earth by the river. "Follow the path of the migratory birds," he instructed, pointing to specific markings. "And remember, not all Kappa are as friendly as we are. Some still hold old grudges against humans." Yuki absorbed every word, every instruction. As the day of the full moon approached, she refined her plans, prepared her supplies, and strengthened her resolve. Mizuki promised to accompany her part of the way through the rivers and streams that connected. But there were stretches that she would have to travel alone. On her last visit to the hospital, before her planned departure, Yuki found her grandfather weaker than ever. Even so, his eyes sparkled when she entered the room, and for a moment she saw in him the strong, adventurous man he used to be. You have something different in your eyes, little one, he said, taking her hand. The same sparkle your grandmother had when she was about to do something extraordinary. Yuki squeezed her grandfather's hand, feeling tears forming in her eyes. I'm going to bring you something special, Ji-chan, she promised. Something that will help you get better. That evening, while finishing packing her backpack, Yuki found an ancient jade amulet that had belonged to her grandmother. Her mother had always said that it brought protection to travelers. Without thinking twice, she put it around her neck, feeling instantly braver. The plan was set. She would leave before dawn the next day, leaving only a note for her mother. She knew it would cause concern, but she also knew that this could be her only chance to help her grandfather. With Mizuki as her guide, and the knowledge passed on by Takeshi, she hoped to complete her mission in time. As she prepared for bed, Yuki looked out of the window at the crescent moon in the sky. In a few days, she would be complete, and with it would come the opportunity to harvest the mysterious plant. Her last memory, before falling asleep, was Mizuki's voice saying, "Remember, Yuki-chan, true strength lies not in the water we carry on our heads, but in the courage we carry in our hearts." The first light of dawn had barely begun to touch the horizon when Yuki slipped quietly out of the house. Her heart was heavy, thinking about the note she had left on her bed, but she knew it was necessary. With her backpack on her back and the jade amulet around her neck, she ran towards the river where Mizuki was waiting for her. The kappa was already there, his greenish silhouette standing out against the morning mist. Next to him was Takeshi, the old man, who held something in his scaly hands, a small antique ceramic flask. "For your journey," said Takeshi, handing Yuki the flask. "Water from the sacred river. Keep it with you. At all times, it will attract other friendly kappa if you need help." Yuki carefully put the flask away in her backpack, along with the fresh cucumbers, notebook, and basic supplies she had prepared. Mizuki gestured for her to follow him, and together they began their journey along the river. The first few hours were quiet, with Mizuki swimming gracefully close to the shore, while Yuki walked, occasionally helping her find the best paths through the dense vegetation. The kappa shared old stories about the region, speaking of times when humans and river creatures lived in greater harmony. When the sun was high in the sky, they came to a fork where the river split into two paths. "Here," said Mizuki, "begins the most challenging part of your journey. The path on the right is shorter, but dangerous. The one on the left is longer, but safer." Yuki studied both paths, remembering the map Takeshi had drawn. The path on the right passed through territory known to harbor less friendly kappa, but it would save almost a whole day's travel, precious time, considering the approach of the full moon. After a few moments' thought, Yuki chose the right-hand path. "I can't afford to waste time," she explained to Mizuki, who nodded with a mixture of concern and approval. "Then I should warn you," he said, "that on this stretch of river live the Kaiko brothers, 3 kappa known for their explosive temper. They don't like humans, since fishermen destroyed part of their territory many generations ago." Yuki swallowed. but remained firm in her decision. Mizuki explained that she could accompany her only as far as the beginning of the Kaiko brothers' territory. After that, she would be on her own. As they advanced, the environment began to change subtly. The vegetation became denser and darker, and the sound of the river seemed deeper, almost threatening. Yuki noticed strange markings on the tree's symbols that looked like they had been made with sharp claws. "They're warnings," explained Mizuki. "Territorial markings from the Kaiko brothers." When they reached the point where Mizuki was supposed to leave her, he held Yuki's hand for a moment. "Remember what you've learned. Courtesy and respect are your best weapons. And don't forget the holy water. Use it wisely." With one last look of encouragement, Mizuki dived into the water, leaving Yuki alone. For the first time since the start of their journey, she adjusted her backpack on her shoulders and continued walking, her fingers unconsciously touching the jade amulet around her neck, the first sign that she had entered the Kaiko brothers' territory came in the form of a sudden, unnatural silence. The birds stopped singing, and even the sound of the river seemed muffled. Yuki stayed alert, remembering her grandfather's teachings on how to deal with river creatures. It wasn't long before she realized she was being watched. Greenish reflections in the water, quick movements in the corner of her vision. The Kaiko brothers were testing her, evaluating her before revealing themselves. Yuki decided to stop in a small clearing near the river. With deliberate and respectful movements, she removed 3 cucumbers from her backpack and carefully arranged them on a flat stone at the water's edge. Then she knelt down and began to recite the ancient prayer her grandfather had taught her. For a few moments, nothing happened. Then 3 greenish heads emerged simultaneously from the water, the Kaiko brothers. They were larger than Mizuki, with harsher expressions and old scars on their scaly skins. "A human child in our territory," said the largest of them, his voice as deep as distant thunder. "What gall is that?" Yuki remained calm, remembering Mizuki's words about the importance of courtesy. He bowed deeply, keeping his eyes lowered in a sign of respect. As expected, the 3 kappa couldn't help but reciprocate the gesture, and the sound of falling water echoed in the clearing. "I humbly ask permission to cross your territory," said Yuki, his voice firm despite his fear. "I'm traveling in search of a medicinal plant to save my grandfather's life." The Kaiko brothers exchanged glances, seeming surprised by her honesty and formality. The youngest of the 3 approached, examining the offerings she had left. "You know our customs," he observed, "and you bring appropriate gifts." The eldest of the brothers swam to the shore, his eyes fixed on Yuki with a piercing intensity. "Why should we trust a human? Your kind has betrayed us before." It was then that Yuki had an idea. Carefully, she took out the vial of sacred water from her backpack. "This water was a gift from Takeshi-sama," she explained, "to prove that I come in peace and with the blessing of the kappa of the Misugawa River." The 3 brothers' eyes widened as they recognized the ancient bottle. The eldest took it reverently, removing the lid to smell its aroma. After a moment's consideration, he handed the bottle back to Yuki. "You speak the truth," he declared, "and you show wisdom beyond your years. You may cross our territory, but you must promise to keep the ways of the kappa a secret." Yuki bowed again deeply, his heart overflowing with relief and gratitude. The youngest of the brothers even offered to guide her across the most treacherous part of the river, where the currents were especially strong. As she continued her journey, now with an unexpected guide, Yuki reflected on how right her grandfather had been. Respect and courtesy really were the keys to dealing with the creatures of the river. But there was still a long way to go, and the clock was ticking. The full moon was approaching, and with it, the crucial moment of their mission. After the surprising alliance with the Kaiko brothers, Yuki set off with renewed energy. The youngest of the brothers, who introduced himself as Kenshin, swam calmly beside her, guiding her through the most difficult stretches of the river. As they progressed, the landscape began to change dramatically. The banks became steeper and rockier, and the air colder as they approached the mountains. The sacred lake is beyond that peak, explained Kenshin, pointing to a distant mountain covered in mist. But there's another challenge before we get there, the Valley of Eternal Mists. Yuki consulted her notebook, recalling the map drawn by Takeshi. The Valley of Eternal Mists was a mythical place, where the veil between the spirit world and the physical world was said to be thinner. Even the Kappa avoided that region whenever possible. As the day progressed, Yuki began to notice subtle changes in the environment. The sound of the river became softer, almost musical, and strange lights occasionally danced between the trees. Kenshin became more and more restless, until he finally stopped at a small cove. "This is as far as I can keep up with you," he said, his voice heavy with concern. "The valley begins just after that bend. Remember, in the valley, not everything you see is real, and not everything that is real can be seen." Yuki thanked him for his help with a deep bow, offering him his last cucumber as a parting gift. Before leaving, Kenshin added, "If you meet the guardian of the valley, don't look directly into her eyes. But don't look away completely either. That would be considered an insult." With these enigmatic words echoing in her mind, Yuki continued. Alone, the mist began to thicken rapidly until she could barely see a few meters in front of her. The sound of the river became her only reliable guide through the ethereal whiteness. As he walked, whispering voices seemed to emerge from the mist, some familiar, others completely strange. At one point, he was sure he heard his grandfather's voice calling his name. But he remembered Kenshin's warning. Not everything he perceived was real. The hours passed strangely in the valley. The sun, when visible through the mist, seemed to jump irregularly in the sky, as if time itself were distorted. Yuki stayed focused on following the sound of the river, resisting the temptation to investigate the mysterious lights and tempting voices that surrounded her. It was then that she saw it, an ethereal figure floating on the water. It was the guardian of the valley, exactly as described in the old stories. A woman of supernatural beauty, with long hair that seemed to be made of mist, and a kimono that changed color with every movement. Remembering Kenshin's advice, Yuki kept his gaze on the guardian's chin, bowing respectfully. The figure floated towards her, and the air around her became noticeably colder. "Little traveler." The guardian's voice was like distant music. "What brings you to my domain?" Yuki explained her mission, talking about her sick grandfather and the medicinal plant she needed to find. As she spoke, she noticed that the mist around them had become denser, forming a perfect circle that isolated them from the rest of the valley. Your journey is noble, said the guardian, but the price for crossing my valley is not paid with words or reverence. It must be paid with memories. Yuki's heart raced. Memories? Yes. To move forward, you must give me your most precious memory of your grandfather. You will keep the knowledge that he exists and his mission, but the memory itself will be mine. Yuki felt tears forming in her eyes. Her memories of her grandfather were her most precious treasures, especially now that he was so ill. But then she remembered the purpose of her journey. She wasn't there just to preserve memories, but to create the possibility of making new ones. After a moment of deep reflection, Yuki chose the memory of his first fishing trip with his grandfather when he was just 6 years old. It was a golden memory of a perfect day, full of laughter and gentle teachings. With silent tears streaming down her face, she nodded. The guardian reached out a translucent hand, gently touching Yuki's forehead. For an instant, the memory flashed vividly in her mind, her grandfather's smile, the warmth of the sun, the sparkle of the water, and then it was gone. There was only a vague feeling that something important had happened that day, but the details were gone. Your offering is accepted, declared the guardian. You may pass. The mist began to dissipate, revealing a clear path through the valley. Before disappearing completely, the guardian added, Your courage and sacrifice will not be forgotten, little one. When your mission is complete, look for me again. With a heart heavy from the loss of her memory, but determined in her purpose, Yuki continued her journey. The valley of eternal mists gradually fell behind her, and before her rose majestically the mountain that guarded the sacred lake. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in dramatic colors. Yuki consulted her notebook once more, calculating the time remaining. The full moon would be the following night. She would need to climb the mountain and find the lake before. Then, adjusting her backpack and touching the jade amulet for courage, she began the ascent. The climb up the mountain tested every muscle in Yuki's body. The air became thinner as she gained altitude, and the biting wind seemed to whisper ancient stories between the rocks. Her hands, scratched and sore from climbing, clung to each ledge with renewed determination as she thought of her grandfather. As night approached, Yuki found a small cave to rest in. As she ate some of the onigiri she had brought from home, she watched the almost full moon rising over the horizon. Tomorrow night, she would need to be not only at the lake, but on the small island in its center, where the medicinal plant grew. Sleep came in restless fragments, populated by dreams of dancing kappas and memories that seemed incomplete. The price paid in the Valley of Eternal Mists still weighed heavily on her heart. He woke up before dawn, his muscles protesting against the hard floor of the cave, but his determination stronger than ever. The last part of the climb proved to be the most challenging. The path became almost vertical in some sections, and Yuki had to use all her agility and courage to keep going. When she finally reached the top, the sun was high in the sky, and the view took her breath away. In front of her stretched a lake with waters so crystal clear that they seemed to be made of liquid glass. In the center of the lake, exactly as described, was a small island covered in lush vegetation that seemed to glow with a light of its own. Yuki consulted his notes one last time. He needed to reach the island before nightfall, when the full moon would begin to exert its influence on the medicinal plant. As she studied the best way to get down to the lake shore, a movement in the water caught her eye. 3 figures emerged gracefully. They were kappas, but different from anyone she had met so far. Their skins had a deep bluish hue, and the cavities in their heads seemed to contain not ordinary water, but something that sparkled like liquid stars. "Welcome, young traveler," said the tallest of the creatures, her melodious voice echoing over the surface of the lake. "I am Amaya, guardian of this sacred lake. Mizuki warned us of your arrival." Relief flooded Yuki's heart when she heard the name of her first Kappa friend. She bowed deeply, formally introducing herself and explaining her mission. Amaya and her companions listened attentively, their ancient eyes shining with wisdom and compassion. "The plant you seek is precious," Amaya explained. "It only blooms under the light of the full moon, and its healing power is unparalleled. But reaching it won't be easy. The waters of this lake hold deep secrets, and not all of its inhabitants are hospitable." As if to emphasize his words, something large moved in the depths of the lake, creating ripples on the hitherto perfect surface. The other 2 kappas exchanged worried glances. "I can help you cross the lake," offered Amaya, "but the island itself is sacred territory. No aquatic creature may set foot on it. You must complete the last part of the journey alone." The sun was beginning its descent over the horizon when the preparations were completed. Amaya created a small raft using special aquatic plants, intertwining them with an ancient skill. As she worked, she shared with Yuki the secrets to identifying and harvesting the medicinal plant correctly. "Remember," she said, "the plant must be harvested exactly when the full moon is at its zenith. Not a moment before, not a moment after." With her heart racing, Yuki boarded the fragile raft. Amaya and her companions began to guide her through the crystal clear waters, swimming in a triangular formation to protect her from any underwater threats. As they advanced, Yuki could see mysterious shapes moving in the depths, some beautiful, others disturbing. As they neared the island, an underwater roar made the raft shake. An ancient creature, something between a serpent and a dragon, partially emerged from the water, its eyes fixed on Yuki for thousands of years. "The guardian of the island," whispered Amaya. "You must prove your worth before you set foot on sacred ground." The guardian rose even higher out of the water, his imposing presence making Yuki feel tiny. But instead of fear, she felt a strange calm. Slowly, she took out the vial of sacred water and the jade amulet, presenting them to the guardian. To her surprise, the creature brought its huge snout closer, delicately sniffing the objects. Its eyes met Yuki's, and at that moment, she understood. The guardian wasn't testing her strength or courage, but the purity of her intentions. With a smooth movement that barely disturbed the waters, the guardian submerged again, leaving a clear path to the island. The sun had almost disappeared over the horizon, and the full moon was beginning to rise, majestic and bright. Go, said Amaya. Your moment has come. Yuki jumped off the raft onto the shore of the island, immediately feeling the special energy of the place. The vegetation seemed to pulsate with a life of its own, and the air was charged with unfamiliar fragrances. Following Amaya's instructions, she found the center of the island, where a small circle of glowing plants was growing. The moon rose slowly in the night sky, and Yuki waited patiently, mentally going over the moves she would need to make. When the moment finally arrived, she picked the plant with precise, reverent movements, exactly as she had been instructed. The plant in her hands emitted a soft glow, its energy pulsating in tune with the moonlight. Tears of joy and relief streamed down Yuki's face finally. She had the chance to save her grandfather in her hands. Returning would be a new adventure, but now she knew she wasn't alone. With the help of the Kappas, the blessing of the island's guardian, and the wisdom acquired on her journey, Yuki had become much more than just a girl in search of a cure. She was now a bridge between two worlds, the guardian of ancient knowledge and the bearer of hope.